Уважаемые участники,
Distinguished participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, please take your seats. Switch off your mobile devices as well as flashes of your cameras. The plenary session is beginning.
Participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones, and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting now. Президент Российской...
President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. President of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Representative of His Majesty the King for Philanthropy and Youth Affairs, Sheikh Naser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, Ding Xuexiang. Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile. Moderating the plenary session is Nadim Kotesh.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. President, thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you on this panel with your esteemed guests. If anything, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is again and again proving itself as a pivotal platform for the discussions around global economy, global trends, and geopolitics. So there's no better time than now than being here and discussing what we are going to discuss after listening to these speeches, one by you and the rest by your esteemed guests. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And this is a very interesting panel if you look at the structure of the panel. We have China, we have Indonesia, very important country from the ASEAN, we have Russia, we have Bahrain, a very important and vibrant GCC country, and then we have South Africa, which is a founding member of the BRICS. And still some people would say Vladimir Putin is isolated. So I don't know if this panel says something, it says how multipolar the world has become. Mr. President, the floor is yours for the first speech.
Excellency, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, Your Highness, Sheikh Naser, Excellency, Mr. Ding Xuexiang, Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashatile, ladies, gentlemen, friends, I welcome all the participants and guests of the 28th St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Traditionally, it is a platform for substantive, meaningful discussions on the most relevant subjects of this day, and we are glad that these discussions in the forum platforms are attended by representatives of 140 countries and territories. This year, the themes discussed here, and all of them are important, or rather, as colleagues call them, discussion tracks, include the quality of growth in a multipolar world and great challenges. And these challenges include tectonic shifts in global economics and demographics, including the dynamics of the world's population. They also include social, societal, and geopolitical controversies that manifest themselves through crises and regional conflicts that are flaring up anew with greater force. Unfortunately, this is something we are witnessing currently in the Middle East. Finally, these challenges include climate change and acute environmental issues that require a response, as well as a transition to a new technological structure, which is founded upon digital platforms, AI, and autonomous systems that are capable of making decisions without the participation of human beings. The thing is, how do we make sure that these positive technological changes are spread ubiquitously? How do we make sure that these new digital technological solutions are universally acceptable, allowing countries, regions, and cities achieve a new level of development, climbing the ladder of progress, making sure that this technological breakthrough benefits everyone, including in terms of changing societal structure, decreasing level in inequality, as well as higher standards of living. How do we make sure every person has equal opportunities and gets access to knowledge that will help tap into their potential? And how do we implement the fundamental principle of justice? In the course of my address, I would like to dwell on the tasks at hand for Russia. I'll also speak about what we're doing to address these tasks together with the business community, the academia, and civil society. I'll speak about the approaches we propose in order to support economic growth, not just within our country, but also how we create joint mechanisms for global and regional development in partnership with friendly nations. Let me start with an overview of the current state of the Russian economy. Despite a challenging external environment, the Russian GDP over the last 2 years has been growing by more than 4% every year. In other words, that was higher than average across the world. Speaking about the structure of this growth, let me cite a specific criterion indicator which we have dubbed non-oil and gas GDP. It's calculated so as to factor out the influence of industries related to the extraction of hydrocarbons. So this non-oil and gas GDP in Russia in 2023 grew by 7.2%, whereas in 2024 it grew by almost 5%, namely 4.9%. In other words, we see a higher growth rate than across our GDP on average. In other words, the contribution of the commodity-related component into the economic dynamics of our country is no longer defining. Moreover, at the current point in time, it is showing negative dynamics. And by far, the defense industry is not the only thing sustaining the general growth of GDP, despite what some claim. Yes, indeed, the defense industry has played a role, but we have to look at the structure in detail. Over the last 2 years, we see growth in agriculture, industry in general, construction, logistics, services, finance, as well as IT. In other words, almost all key systemically important industries of the Russian economy have been growing. What does it tell us? It tells us that thanks to the efforts of dozens of thousands of companies and enterprises, their teams, managers, thanks to the initiatives and efforts of millions of entrepreneurs, our economy is not simply growing steadily. Rather, it is also gaining in quality, complexity, as well as diversity. The idea of a Russian economy being completely commodity-based and dependent on the exports of hydrocarbons is evidently outdated. It's becoming a thing of the past. Reality tells us a different picture. Russia ranks 4th in the world in terms of the GDP size, and it's the first economy in Europe. And it's, of course, not GDP per capita. This is just the general GDP size. And it is a very important indicator. But it's not enough to achieve this position. It's important to reaffirm it all the time, reaffirm the status of one of the biggest economies. We need to create a conducive environment to make sure that the businesses, both from Russia and from friendly nations, keeps investing resources, modernizing and expanding its production capacities in Russia. Our current task is to make sure our economy is on a trend of balanced growth. This balanced growth implies moderate inflation as well as low unemployment rate. The statistics tells us that yearly inflation rate has decreased to single digits. Right now it's less than 10%. As of June the 16th, it stood at 9.6%. Certainly, a lot still needs to be done, but we keep on targeting the inflation rate. Of course, this is largely thanks to the active efforts by the government in terms of developing supply-side economics, but also the actions of the central bank. At the same time, the inflationary dynamics is better than anticipated by many experts, even better than the forecast by the Bank of Russia, which is something that has allowed us to proceed to a careful loosening of the monetary policy, but the changes in consumer prices doesn't tell us the full picture. I would like to reiterate, a well-balanced growth implies not just moderate inflation, but low unemployment rate, as well as a positive economic dynamics, and we need to follow all the indicators telling us how our industries, companies and firms are feeling. A couple of words about the labor markets. There's something I'm gonna get back to later, but I would like to say that the first 4 months of this year saw a GDP growth by 1.5% year on year. In April, the growth picked up to 1.9%, and yet some specialists and experts point out the risks of stagnation and even recession, and this is something we have to avoid at all costs. I know that at this forum, you've listened to the discussions that are currently ongoing within the government. There is a discussion between the Central Bank of Russia on the one hand and the government on the other. And, of course, you are well versed in the facts. What we need is to pursue a well-informed, careful fiscal and monetary policy. We need to make sure that our mechanisms are fine-tuned in order to support and stimulate growth. We need to ensure macroeconomic, inflationary and financial stability. In other words, our strategic task is to be active and steady and consistent in changing the structure of the Russian economy, and we've made great headway in that regard. But it is of paramount importance to keep advancing given the drastic changes across the world. The importance of additional measures to those ends, that is something we discussed during the session of the Council on Strategic Development and National Projects back in December last year. The government, regions, the business, expert community and academia have to work together to improve the long-term economic growth and achieve structural changes in the economy. Let me dwell a little bit on these key aspects we need to address today. First and foremost, we need to change the nature of employment and consumption patterns. We have to create an environment which will stimulate economic activity among our citizens, to make sure that our young people and senior citizens can fully tap into their potential in the labor market so that they can get new competencies, build a successful career, and improve their income. In other words, I'm referring to a transition to an economy of high wages based not on a shortage of labor force, when entrepreneurs have to resort to raising wages so as to vie and compete for workers. Rather, these high wages have to be based on the quality of jobs as well as higher labor productivity. Over the last 4 years, employment in Russia grew by 2,400,000 people. Starting from October last year, across the country, we stabilized the unemployment rate at around 2.3%. We managed to achieve a record low of unemployment rate. We are also witnessing positive dynamics in those Russian regions that traditionally have been facing acute problems in employment. I refer, as colleagues know, mostly to the south of Russia. And right now, we see the unemployment over there half or so. This is thanks to well-informed, stimulating macroeconomic policies as well as active efforts by the regional authorities with the support of federal employment programs. It is also important to integrate up-to-date and cutting-edge technological solutions such as platform-based employment and digital marketplaces. Our colleague from Bahrain has told me that he's just been to the Chechen Republic, and with his own eyes he witnessed the republic's development. The Chechen Republic is a good example in that regard. I would also like to point out that youth employment is growing. I mean, those young people who are simply entering into the labor market, trying to secure their first job. In terms of youth unemployment, Russia is one of the world's top performers because we have an unemployment rate among the young people at around 7.5%, whereas, just to cite an example, France and the UK are facing the unemployment rates of 16% and 11% respectively. Generally speaking, youth unemployment is a most acute economic and social issue across the modern world. But as we can see, Russia is more or less successful in addressing this problem. We are following the right path and we are coping with it. Of course, there is room for improvement, but I would like to underscore that progress in that field is undeniable, and active youth employment yields results not just in the short term, because a good start, being a highly sought-after specialist in the labor market, this is something that sets the stage for later professional career of a young person and their place in society. It has an influence on their desire to make a family, take care of their parents, raise children, not just the firstborn, but fortunately the second or the third, and other children. And of course, this helps address social, economic, and demographic development of the country. Moving on, our employment is growing in the industries that create great added value and end products such as high tech, and I also refer manufacturing in IT, tourism, whereas employment in supporting industries such as public administration, trade and finance sees a decrease in employment there. And this is an objective fact and it's well grounded. Maybe not everyone knows that, but this is a very good trend that the employment there is decreasing. Just for your information, if we look at the dynamics in information and communication, we see an increase of almost 30% by 350,000 people. We see a 10.2% growth in manufacturing industry, whereas the number of workers in trade has decreased by 170,000 people, which is minus 3%. These are gradual yet very significant trends that reflect the structural and quality changes. We intend to keep working through increasing the efficiency of our economy and introducing digital platform-based decisions and solutions to make sure that we decrease employment in the so-called supporting industries, but we have to provide those who are employed there with an alternative. And to that end, we will stimulate the creation of better, more attractive jobs with higher labor productivity that satisfy the new technological structure. And of course, for the benefit of our people, we have to fine-tune the labor legislation. The government has drafted a package of such amendments. I would like to ask the State Duma to adopt those amendments swiftly. I would like to reiterate that high-quality, structurally sound employment holds the key to improving income of citizens and families and decreasing inequality. Of course, inequality is still a problem, but we are making good headway in addressing that. We have already managed to do a lot to raise the income of the most vulnerable citizens. And on a particular note, I would like to say that we've managed to achieve a record decrease of poverty, because as of the end of last year, poverty level stood at 7.2%, and the positive dynamics is still very much in effect. And the first quarter of this year has seen a decrease of more than 2 million people, of those who earn less than the minimum wages. This august assembly knows that, but I would like to say that in 2000, the poverty level in Russia stood at 29%. This is for information of our guests. And unfortunately, 42.3 million people lived in these undignified conditions. In 2024, this level is just 7.2%, and it's just 10.5 million people. But this is not the end of our journey. We need to make sure that this figure goes down. We first have the task of decreasing it to 7% and then to 5%. But if we look at the economy in general, we see that the level of wages across Russia is still not sufficient. It's not adequate, and we need to be ambitious. We have to build an economy of high salaries, of high wages. It's of the utmost importance. This has to be based on higher labor productivity. Incidentally, the share of wages in the GDP increased from 40.7% to almost 44% in 2024, so in 3 years. What are we concentrating our efforts on? First and foremost, we are adapting education programs to the needs of the real sector. Incidentally, the youth unemployment dynamics I've just mentioned demonstrates that we are moving in the right direction. I would also like to add that this year, in the run-up to our forum, we have published a ranking of education institutions of Russia based on the quality of their jobs, employment, as well as wages. It shows us what professions are in greatest demand, what education institutions give their graduates the best education that the economy needs. This ranking shows the efficiency of management teams of these education institutions, and I would like to ask the heads of relevant ministries and colleagues, both at the federal and regional level, to pay close attention to that ranking, using it as an instrument for managing changes in professional education. Moving on, with a view to raising the income of our citizens, we need to raise their qualifications and retrain them to provide them with an opportunity to grow professionally, to move to other companies and even to other regions. In other words, we need to increase the mobility of labor force, which is of the utmost importance to the economy. It gives people a chance to occupy better, more promising positions with better conditions and terms and better wages. We also need to invest in new equipment, automate and integrate robots in manufacturing capacities, and they have to be serviced as well. And this will require professional, highly competent and highly paid employees. But raising income is important not just for individuals and families, but also for the economy in general, because a rise in income and a decrease in inequality entail a change in the demand structure, because this demand structure becomes more balanced. It stimulates the consumption of domestically produced services and goods. I refer to tourist industry, catering industry, these and also industries that capitalize on our natural reaches, improving the potential of our cities and settlements, making them more comfortable for life and for leisure and for work. And I would like to remind you that together with the government, we decided to introduce a new taxation system for the catering industry with a fixed VAT rate. Part of the revenue will be funneled into the municipal authorities, providing them with an additional resource for projects and development programs on the ground. First and foremost, to raise the standards of life. We're certainly going to support creative economy related to science, culture, art, and creativity, including such avenues as architecture, design, cinema, music, publishing, software, and so on and so forth. That's everything that the experts have dubbed the experience economy. This year, we have seen the entry into force of a federal law that has provided the legal framework for promoting creative industries. Until the end of the year, 70 regions are going to start introducing the standards for the development of this modern segment of economy as well as social life, creating the requisite infrastructure. To make sure this work is put on a systemic basis, I would like to ask the government, together with the Russian regions, to draft a long-term strategy for the development of creative economy, and also think and consider launching a federal project.
On a separate note, I would like to speak about raising the tourist attraction of Russian towns and villages, a visible manifestation of our national identity. And true points of tourist attraction are ancient buildings, churches or estates, the cultural heritage sites. We have agreed that by 2030, we renovate no less than 1,000 such sites all across our country to give them a second life, including by means of opening museums, educational and exposition centers, hotels, and so on. The pilot program to restore cultural heritage sites with concessional funding for such projects, has already covered 9 regions of Russia. The current goal is to extend it to other constituent entities of Russia. To make sure that allocated funds produce a better result, I suggest the following solutions. We could unite the resources of 2 concessional lending programs for creating tourist infrastructure and preserving the cultural heritage sites. Thus, the renovation and overhaul of ancient buildings for the business purposes in particular could be additionally funded from the loans that reduce trade. Apart from that, I suggest that we apply to these projects the so-called umbrella surety mechanism by the cooperation with the development of small and medium entrepreneurship. Let me add that at cultural heritage sites, there is a complicated investment and construction cycle. All those who are involved in it know it full well. It takes a long time, which we have to reduce where it is justified. We need to get rid of excessive formalism, definitely not to the detriment of preserving historical memorials. I ask colleagues from the Presidential Office to establish a designated interagency platform and come up with solutions on this topic and in general as regards restoration of cultural heritage sites. I have already mentioned the program to create a tourist infrastructure. We try to carefully and delicately involve our national parks into the tourist sphere. We put in place conditions to make sure they can be visited by tourists with due attention to the nature and protected ecosystems. It is another example of how Russia is implementing its environmental agenda. We don't waste the natural resources to seek short-term benefits, but we preserve and multiply them to the interest of the people and to the benefit of our society. In this context, I would like to mention this. Over the past decades, we have accumulated millions of tons of wastes from industry and mining companies. Of course, they are harmful to the nature and to the people, and they create problems. So I suggest that we think of launching special projects in order to recover valuable components of these wastes. We have designated technologies, we have to make use of them, thus business will be able to get profits and it'll help eliminate the accumulated environmental harm and at the same time encourage the development of natural science, domestic science and industry. Dear colleagues, exploration of new industrial, high-tech and service areas and spreading the range of economic activities are elements of structural transformation in the Russian economy. In this context, there is a second key area of our activities on which I would like to focus today. That is a new quality of investment climate. In a sense, I'm talking about a dramatically minimization of costs incurred by the business and entrepreneurs in all fields, starting from construction to ensuring facilities of new projects and to the ongoing operational activities, including all forms of accounting and notary services. We are working in close contact with regions, entrepreneurs and expert circles. Together we try to make sure that business and investment activities are growing all across the country in every town and village. Let me remind you that we have set ourselves a goal. The capital investments in Russia by 2030 has to grow by no less than 60% against 2020. The government has already launched a system for supporting investments in the regions. It includes provision of comprehensive and full services for the investor up to the stage when the plant is put into operation with access to all support mechanisms, including tax benefits and exemptions. We will carefully monitor how this is implemented and adjust it, taking into account the wishes of the business, its demands and needs. And of course, we will follow the example of the regions who are leading in terms of attracting capital investments and multiplying their successful experience and best practices. Traditionally, at this platform, I would like to announce the results of national ranking of the state of investment climate, which is prepared by the Agency for Strategic Initiatives. Now the ranking takes into account a greater number of indicators, 82 instead of 70. That is, it has become more detailed, which means it is more informative now. The capital of Russia, Moscow, leads the ranking just as before. It is followed by the Republic of Tatarstan and the Nizhny Novgorod region. They have demonstrated the greatest dynamic in this year. Both regions rank number 2 with similar results. Their current parameters of investment attractiveness are higher than Moscow had last year. What does it mean? It means that the standards are constantly growing. When we work in the investment climate, we should never stop. We should always look into the future and set new goals. In the third place of the ranking is Moscow region and the Republic of Bashkortostan. And in total over the past year, 57 regions have increased the integral index. In particular, I would like to note the regions of Chelyabinsk, Tver, Smolensk and Kaluga, as well as the regions of Voronezh, Saratov, Sakhalinsk, Novosibirsk and Lipetsk and the Altai region. They have demonstrated the highest dynamic. I congratulate colleagues in the regional teams on these results, and I wish all the regions further success in this important field. Let's welcome their success. Thank you. Thank you. As I've already mentioned, along with support for investments, we try to improve conditions for day-to-day business activities, and as we know, there are many tasks in this context, from registration of companies to dealing with insolvency. The government, together with the entrepreneurs and sectoral experts and experts from the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, have launched a large work. We are working on establishing a national model for target conditions for making business, taking into account international practices, but I'll emphasize taking into account the national features and national development goals that we have set for ourselves. The model should be ready by September this year. We are talking about specific changes for the business which would be tangible and measurable. For example, by 2030, we have to almost halve the terms for being connected to power grids, or to decrease the time which is spent for filing and preparing tax documents by 1.5 times. The goal for the national model is to make sure that by 2030, Russia is among top 20 world leaders for business conditions, taking into account the updated international practices. It should serve as an example for our BRICS partners. Most importantly, the business climate has to allow us to enhance the basis of our economy, to make it more sustainable and at the same time dynamic and aimed at producing goods and services and their promotion in the domestic market and for the global export markets. I'll note that compatibility of domestic goods, agriculture, services and many other fields should be based on our own technological solutions. It is the third area of structural transformation. The Russian economy should be more technological. And it's not just a wish. It's an objective requirement of the world of today and tomorrow. The challenge to which we have to be up to if we want to be stronger, and we do want to be stronger. We are to fully embrace a new stage of technological development of our country. The key instruments will be national projects for ensuring technological leadership. They were launched this year, and together with colleagues we have agreed that events within these national projects will be updated and added. By 2030, the aggregate spendings by the state and business for R&D in Russia should increase to reach no less than 2% of GDP. A special role is to be played by the private business. Its investment for these purposes should at least double. In this context, I would like to stress this. Supporting the technological transformation of Russian economy is the key task of almost 24 funds and development institutions. But every one of them has its own methodology and approach. As a result, entrepreneurs have to come up with technical documents and other documents in different ways. On the other hand, it happens that funds and institutions may compete for same projects. Yes, competition is useful, but in this case, the interagency competition doesn't benefit the common cause, but on the contrary, it decreases the efficiency of financial organizational resources. Recently, we set up a designated working group under the Council for Strategic Development and National Projects. It's led by a head of Web RF, Igor Shuvalov, and I ask colleagues from the working group to analyze the activities of funds and development institutions on the technological track. The goal is to eliminate duplicating of functions, coordinate work of development institutions, and come up with unified requirements for business support procedures, from registration of an invention to serial production of high-tech goods. I'll stress, over the past 2 years, the number of invention registration applications from domestic companies and scientific organizations has grown by 13%. There is a growth in the field of optics and computer technologies, consumer goods, and pharmaceuticals. However, it is important not only to develop solutions, but to implement them in a swift manner in goods and services for which there is demand within a country and on a global arena, which would be able to improve the quality of life of our citizens and make it more comfortable and convenient. We agreed that colleagues in the government will personally supervise implementation of new technologies in their fields of responsibilities. They will adjust the regulatory framework for experiments, testing, piloting, and upscaling the prospective solutions. It is important that the government comes with an annual report about dynamics of technological development to assess the current level of technological sovereignty of Russia and breakthrough solutions for technological leadership, as well as the tempo of their implementation in different branches of economy. Unfortunately, today the level of so-called commercialization of inventions in the university context is low. Small innovative entrepreneurs unfortunately are in a situation when only one invention in 100 reaches practical application. It is too few. We need more active cooperation between educational institutions, R&D institutions, and business environment. We have to help them find each other. We have a program entitled A University of Entrepreneurs. It involves experienced businessmen who work together with students in designated workshops in the higher educational institutions. They come up with advanced technological solutions and products. We have already seen the first results. Over 270 million of non-budgetary funds have been attracted, and this year the number of participating higher educational institutions will double. I ask the government to upscale this mechanism to make sure that there is a smooth cooperation at all stages, from formulating the idea for a project to making sure there is an independent business, and we need to ensure joint companies, universities, and real sector companies. There is another important issue. We need to further development the market of intellectual property. We should expand the possibilities for loans secured by patents and trademarks. They should help business. They should help business have real assets which would attract investments. By the way, Russia has over 1 million of valid trademarks. Over the past year, our entrepreneurs have registered almost 77,000 brands, primarily in the fields of light industry, software, household chemicals, and some other fields. It is by 12% more than a year before. It is a good tempo and will support new Russian brands. In a month in Moscow, we'll see the results of a new competition entitled That's Us. Small and medium enterprises account for a great number of shares, and they require promotion as they enter new markets. Small businesses, separate entrepreneurs, or just a handy person from a small town or village today can find a customer for their products or services with the help of marketplaces. Previously, it was almost impossible. The audience, the number of their customers is growing not only in our country, but all across the world. Unlike most countries dependent on global platforms, Russia has examples good examples of own successful electronic platforms. It is a real and tangible achievement of domestic business of which we can be proud of. We will continue putting in place conditions under which Russian digital platforms will develop and compete with the international giants. We have already come up with a draft law which will be a first step to building a modern regulatory framework for platform economy. I ask the State Duma to accelerate the adoption of this draft law. I'll add, in the field of digital platforms, there are certain problems, in particular unfaithful practices of making business, violating the competition and the rules for using the data. I ask colleagues from the President's office, together with the government and business representatives, to discuss this topic within the intergovernmental interagency working group. I also ask you to analyze the regulation not for the digital but traditional offline trade, that is, shops, chain stores, and so on. Such regulation, in many regards, is outdated. It was developed in a different technological era and is not up to modern challenges and opportunities. I'll add that marketplaces have a large volume of data about the, so to say, health of the business and the state of the market. They know what support it needs, be it advertising or sales, recruitment of staff, or getting a loan. We should make use of these opportunities for the development of small and medium enterprises all across the country. I ask the government to come up with proposals in the context of coordination and aligning information and other instruments to support and promote the business that are at the disposal of the government and digital platforms, including financial and guarantee mechanisms of the SME cooperation. Next. The own independent solutions, including the digital solutions, should be used in order to strengthen the foreign trade infrastructure. I'm talking about logistics, insurance, and payment systems.
I'm happy to say that we have a state system of electronic consignment documents fully operational. So all the papers you may need for transportation by road, be that consignment documents or waybills, all of that can be done online, electronically. And on a monthly basis, more than 1.5 million of documents of the kind are being issued. We have intentions to go digital and use platform solution for all means of transport in Russia, including transport by road, air, rail transport, river and maritime connections. So we're talking about creation of the national digital transport and logistical platform. This modern technological foundation will serve for the development of international corridors, among others, including Trans-Arctic Transportation Corridor from St. Petersburg via Murmansk all the way to Vladivostok and many other transportation routes. As for payment infrastructure, here we are going to work closely with our colleagues from the BRICS bloc. We will be aiming to create efficient and reliable mechanisms and services that are fully independent from any kind of external interference. And in this regard, we absolutely need the experience that our countries have in circulation of digital national currencies. Russia has been implementing a pilot project of the kind for 2 years now. We worked on all the major operations, including opening of account, closing accounts, transfers between individuals and legal entities, payments for goods and services. Our goal right now is to make sure that the use of digital ruble is a commonplace, both between individuals and companies and banks. And I request the central bank and the government to accelerate this tradition and identify the periods for the technological development in the financial sector. In this regard, the fourth area of structural change is in the new quality of foreign trade, and that applies both to export and import. The goal is clear. We need to increase the non-oil and gas export. And for that, we're determined to develop relations with our partners, eliminate trade barriers, untap new market niches, and shape infrastructure, develop it, and strengthen investment cooperation. I'd like to remind you that we've agreed to develop long-term cooperation plans with our key partners. A good example of the kind is the plan for strategic cooperation with the People's Republic of China until 2030. Among others, we are going to develop action plans with countries like India, and those are to be finalized in the nearest future. We're also going to implement the national project dedicated to matters of international cooperation and export. We will support initiatives of our foreign partners that make use of Russian technological platforms, which means that the machine building industry will be seeing additional demand. So in the nearest years, in the CIS countries, including Belarus, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, plus Turkey, Vietnam and a number of other countries, we will see a whole number of large-scale energy projects being implemented, including nuclear energy, extractive and processing industries, and the foundation for those projects will be Russian tech solutions that will also involve a number of Russian financial structures. Ramping up non-oil and gas export is just one of the tasks in the area of foreign trade. We are determined to transform the structure of imports step by step, specifically the products and items that we buy from our partners. By doing so, we would like to gradually increase the share of so-called labor-intensive goods and services that require major labor resources, human resources, physical and manual labor. In Russia, on the contrary, we need to focus on high-tech, complicated goods and services with a high degree of automation, high added value, which undoubtedly would contribute to better employment and more jobs in our country. Definitely with our partners from the Eurasian Economic Union, we are going to adjust tariff and customs policy in a way to create motivation for establishment of new manufacturing chains. We would like to encourage technological transfer to our country. We want to bring more tech solutions that should also create better quality of jobs and create more better paid jobs in the country. And I request the government to do the analysis together with the business community and come up with the proposals in the nearest future regarding potential and specific actions in this area. Dear colleagues, finance, infrastructure, the real sector of the Russian economy are developing along the principles of high technologies, flexibility, and ability to quickly respond to external challenges and any fluctuations to the demand that may happen on the side of our citizens or foreign partners. This approach is fully applicable not just to the civil sector, but obviously to the area of defense, and specifically the defense industry. Our meetings inevitably touch primarily on the matters of economic development and economic growth. Here at the forum, we talk about the current state of the economy. But in the world of today, we see that there is less and less of division between the defense industry and the other part of the economy. Some countries no longer have the difference. And those dramatic changes is the fifth area of the structural modernization of the economy and strengthening of our sovereignty. The key principles in this regard are the following. First and foremost, technological advancement on all stages, from development and manufacturing to logistics, procurement, and taking care of supplies to specific military units. We need to make sure that we constantly improve technological innovations in the civil sector, among others, but we also need to implement them very quickly in the area of defense and security. Whenever possible, we need to aim for synergies and adjacencies of the defense industry with the civil sector. We need to take care of the effective production of dual-use goods. Very frequently, there is no need to take care of adjacencies because many goods are dual-use by default, and they are very much in need in maritime and river facilities, aircraft engineering, electronics, manufacturing of medical equipment, agriculture, and more. I will tell you that we need to step away from clearly differentiating the companies between the military industry and those companies operating exclusively in the civil sector. The situation evolves in a way that we see that there are more and more competitors and competition from the high-tech holdings capable of addressing both military and civil objectives. The second point is all about the speed of change. Today, global business leaders, among others some of the Russian companies, may show that time needed from ideation to actual creation of a product can be reduced down to a quarter or even several months. And the time needed from the actual time of manufacturing of the product to the time it is delivered to the end consumer amounts to weeks or even days. The area of defense and security should be guided by those high standards. And finally, of course, flexibility. We are talking about increasingly important role to be played by commanders of military units, formations, and managers of the enterprises operating in the military industry. Primarily, it is all about taking care of the technical supplies, testing new hardware and machinery, and finally developing the final results and the tactics of achievement of this result. And I guess our colleagues from the area of defense industry and any adjacent industries would agree that it is crucial to develop the mechanism of very quick and effective scaling of best practices. We know how to do that, and we are doing it successfully. Fourth, economic efficiency is crucial to provide for the task we face in the area of defense. And a good example of the kind is introduction of video surveillance system using artificial intelligence. And it allowed us to dramatically reduce the number of offenses committed, for example, in the city of Moscow. That also applies to the fairly cheap and affordable UAVs. That is a very efficient way to destroy and eliminate very expensive military equipment. Obviously, we're going to learn from the negative experience as well. It is all valuable, building up to ability to make the right decisions. Generally, the defense industry has accumulated good pace, and the enterprises of the industry have been able to increase their produce manifold and are taking care of new weapons and arms production. We are determined to constantly modernize and update military facilities of the armed forces of Russia to make sure they are in line with the latest developments and state-of-the-art technologies that have proven their efficiency in combat conditions. At the same time, we're determined to develop military and technological cooperation with friendly countries. And here we're not just talking about supplies or modernization to supplies of machinery or hardware. It is also about joint developments, preparation of hardware, and creation of industrial capabilities on a turnkey basis. Dear colleagues, today I focused on 5 key areas of structural modernization needed by the Russian economy. And there are national projects already launched focused specifically on those goals. That also includes state programs. They require constant adjustment, taking into account the evolving situation in the world and new opportunities opening up to us. I request the Russian government to digitalize and make sure they monitor the KPIs related to the key structural changes in our economy. I also request you to monitor its dynamic and adjust if necessary. As mentioned earlier, the global economy is living through the largest scale transformation over the decade. The countries of the global majority are ramping up their potential by adjusting the power balance and changing the economic map of the planet. At the beginning of the 21st century, BRICS countries amounted to 1/5 of the global economy. Well, just 1/5. But today, the BRICS bloc account for 40% of the global economy. It is obvious that this share is set to grow. This is a medical fact. And this is going to happen inevitably. First and foremost, thanks to dynamically evolving countries of the global south. It is important that this growth is becoming increasingly sustainable, embracing more and more countries. And for that, we need a principally different development model, not the one based on the rules of neo-colonialism, when the so-called golden billion is sucking out resources from all other countries in the interest of a very narrow circle of the so-called elites. Not even in the interest of the people of those very countries. They are focusing specifically on the interest of their elites. If we are to look how this well-being was accumulated, for example, by the United States over the last decade, you would see that this is specifically the US elites and establishments acquiring all the profits and benefits. This is publicly available data, and if we are to look at the middle class, regular citizens, they would never benefit from those extra profits. Probably that is exactly one of the causes for the changes that we're witnessing today, among others, in the political arena. And we need to make sure that all of those changes are contributing to better quality of lives of people in our countries. It has to be translated into better quality of education, science, technologies, and infrastructure. And those are the priorities set by Russia, who is implementing its own agenda. Strategic areas that I have highlighted today require stable long-term capital flows, among others from international companies and investors. And in order to provide for that, we have to create an open and fair platform for global growth that will unite investment mechanisms and technological standards, financial and logistical services, trade instruments and other solutions. I will reiterate, the goal per se is not to modernize the outdated mechanisms of the era of globalization. They are outdated. They have discredited themselves. We need to come up with a new model of development free of any kind of political manipulation, taking into account national interests of the countries. And obviously, this model should be focused on the needs of our citizens and their families. At the BRICS summit that took place this autumn last year in the city of Kazan, 35 countries came together, representing 2/3 of the population of planet Earth and half of the global economy. They all expressed shared understanding of approaches needed for the future world. Today, the BRICS countries set the bar by choosing and favoring the so-called human-centric industries. They are launching the largest projects to improve the quality of life. The BRICS countries are implementing large-scale initiatives in the area of nuclear energy and aviation, new materials and IT industry, robotics engineering and artificial intelligence. Certainly, particular attention is being paid to strengthening connection within the BRICS bloc. The mutual goods turnover of our countries has already exceeded $1 trillion and continues to grow. All of that are elements of the global platform for growth. They are founded on the key principles of BRICS, that is primarily consensus, parity, accounting for the interests of one another. It is particularly important to highlight that we are open to anyone who would like to join us in this work, because the bigger is the circle of the countries involved in shaping and development of this platform, the more solid and efficient it will be, the more benefits it can generate for all who is aware of their responsibility to the future generations. Russia welcomes all of its partners to make their contribution to shaping new global growth model. Together, we can provide for prosperity of our countries and stable development of the whole world for many, many years to come. And this is exactly why this year in Moscow we conducted the Open Dialogue, where we had participants of more than 100 countries. We intend to make this format regular, and we'd like to build a whole ecosystem around it where we could discuss and elaborate on implementation of breakthrough ideas. The global challenges that the world of today is facing require global response. No country alone could resolve those countries, the more so at the expense of others. It is no longer possible. It is an illusion. It is only that through joint actions within the framework of BRICS or some other formats, we can ensure progress for the whole civilization. I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the speech that actually set the stage for a very interesting debate. After the rest of the speeches, I give the floor to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. The floor is yours. Your speech.
Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Your Excellency Prince Naser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, National Security Advisor to the King of Bahrain, Your Excellency Paul Mashatile, Vice President of South Africa, Your Excellency Mr. Ding Xuexiang, Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China, distinguished ministers, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this forum. I'm honored here today to be invited and to speak in this forum, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum 2025. This forum is a forum that combines and gathers leaders from the West, the Global South, the East, and where Eurasia meet. Indonesia views the summit as an opportunity to forge strategic trust, an opportunity to make deals in an increasingly complicated geopolitical situation. Deals that can benefit our shared survival and our shared success. On this occasion, I would like to introduce myself. I am Prabowo Subanto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I've just been inaugurated on 20th October 2024, and this is my first International Economic Forum, so I apologize if I'm a bit nervous. Indonesia is the fourth largest country by population. Every year, there are 5 million new Indonesians arriving in this world. Every year, 5 million. That means every year, a group of people the size of Singapore. So in 10 years, there will be 10 Singapores in Southeast Asia, the size. I give this as an illustration of the size of Indonesia. This gives us great opportunity, but also gives us great challenge. Any leader of Indonesia must think how to feed 5 million more mouths every year, 5 million new school places, etc., etc. The hospitals, and more important and most important is the food. In my opinion, the duty of a government is first to protect its people. And to protect its people means to protect its people from hunger and from poverty and from the suffering of a challenging environment. Therefore, when I took over the government of Indonesia, my main priority was, first, to achieve self-sufficiency in food. Number two, self-sufficiency in energy. Number three, to improve the education level of Indonesians to be able to compete in the challenging era of the 21st century. And fourth, to speed up the industrialization of Indonesia. Indonesia has been fortunate in being given by the Almighty Lord vast economic resources. Vast economic resources. But these vast economic resources, if not wisely managed, actually can be a curse to our people. We have vast forests, we have vast minerals, we have a lot of commodities that are useful for the world. But this has to be managed well. And therefore, in my opinion, every country needs its own economic policy and its own economic philosophy. One of the big mistakes of many countries in Southeast Asia is that we tend to always follow the biggest and the most powerful power in the world. In the last 30 years, we see the dominance of the neoliberal, capitalist, classical free market philosophy, which basically tends to be laissez-faire. And the Indonesian elite followed this philosophy, and therefore, in my opinion, we have not managed to create a level playing field for all our people. There is vast growth. We have grown 5% continuously, especially the last 7 years. Yes, 35% in 7 years. But we have not managed to have this so-called trickle-down effect. The wealth remains at the top less than 1%. And this is not a formula for success, in my opinion. Therefore, my position is this, that each country must follow its own economic philosophy. The economic philosophy that is in tune and that can be accepted by each country's culture and each country's background. Therefore, I have chosen the path of compromise, the path of the best of socialism and the best of capitalism. Pure socialism, we have seen, does not work. It's utopia. Pure socialism, we see many chances and many cases people do not want to work. Pure capitalism results in inequality, result in only a small percentage enjoying the fruits of the wealth. But our path is the path of the middle way. We want to use the creativity of capitalism, innovation, initiative. Yes, we need that. But we need government intervention to overcome poverty, overcome hunger, to intervene and to protect the weak. Because there's a danger in developing countries like Indonesia of what we consider the danger of state capture. The collusion between big capital business and government officials and political elite. In the end, the collusion between these two groups does not result in the alleviation of poverty and the widening of the middle class. Therefore, we have chosen the philosophy which, in essence and in simplicity, can be reduced to one sentence. The greatest good for the greatest many. That is our philosophy. Our government must work to bring the greatest good to the greatest many. And in this case, we have to have a clean government, free of corruption. And this, I think, is the key of rapid development. I am proud to stand here before you. In my 7 months of administration, we have achieved an increase in rice and corn production of around 50%. And this is the greatest increase production in the aggregate in the history of the Republic of Indonesia. And we have now in our government warehouses 4.4 million tons of rice, which is the largest reserve in the history of the Republic of Indonesia in just a few months of my administration. We increased efficiency, we fight very strongly against corruption, we deregulate, we cut all the regulations which increase inefficiency, and we have seen the rapid results. I believe that if Indonesia can play a good role, a positive role in international relations, for instance, our participation in BRICS, we thank the government of Russia for supporting us to be a member of BRICS very fast. I think we are one of the fastest members to be accepted in BRICS. Also, Madam President, former President of Brazil and President of the New Development Bank, we are also accepted into the member of New Development Bank, also very fast. We thank also the government of China for supporting us and the government of South Africa. And we believe that together BRICS can contribute significantly to stability, prosperity of the world. I would like just to tell us a slight story, not part of my speech, but I was asked why I did not attend the G7, but I attended the St. Petersburg Forum 2025. And it's not because I did not respect the G7, it's because I gave my commitment to attend this forum before they invited me. So that's the only reason. So please don't read too much into the event. Sometimes political observers, they want to read, is this a political statement, right? No. Indonesia, by tradition, always non-aligned. We respect all countries. Our foreign policy is very simple. One phrase: 1,000 friends, too few. One enemy, too many. We want to be friends with everybody. Only with friendship, collaboration, can we achieve prosperity. So thank you very much, President Putin, for inviting me. And because you invited me, I can be here today in this historic city, a city of heroism, a city of great patriotism, and as an amateur student of history, I followed the history of Russia, and I know the significance of St. Petersburg. And I had the honor of attending the cemetery of the victims of the war a few days ago. So thank you very much for this invitation. For many times I have said in many forums that Indonesia has chosen the path of non-alignment. We consider that this world must develop into a multipolar world and is developing towards a multipolar world. The world of unipolar centrality is past. This is the trend of history. This is what's happening in front of us. And So I value very much the leadership of Russia and the leadership of also China. And I want to be very frank, in the present world, in the global south, I think many from the global south will agree with me. Russia and China has never had double standards. Russia and China has always defended the downtrodden, has always defended the oppressed, has always fought for the justice of all peoples of the world. So I say this from my heart. Therefore, Indonesia wants to be a good partner and a strong partner. My experts tell me that in this first semester, our economic growth is more than 5%. Actually, it can really end up, by the end of this year, nearly 7% or even more. So this shows that we have chosen the right path and we are achieving our goals. I'm very convinced that we will achieve our goals within a few years. I've given the target 4 years self-sufficient in food, and we are experiencing that we can be self-sufficient in food within this 1 year. And we will be, in a few years, a net exporter of rice and corn. Also, now I've formed a sovereign wealth fund, which we call Danantara, which means the future energy of Indonesia. So this fund we make to protect the wealth of our children and grandchildren. The fund now has 1,000 billion US dollars of asset under management. And this year we have cash to invest of $18 billion. We want to work together with all strategic partners. We do not ask for assistance. We do not ask for handouts. We want to be a real partner. We want to achieve together real prosperity. We are open for business. We invite all groups from everywhere, especially Russian entities. Before I was elected, I was an entrepreneur, and I have good relations with Russian corporations. My brother has been active in this area for many, many years, I think more than 2 decades. So we know Russian corporations, and we would like to see Russia participate more in our economy. I've mentioned our foreign policy. We have always been, and we will continue to be, non-aligned. We thank Russia for helping us and for achieving the Indonesian-Eurasian Union SIPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. And we have completed also negotiations with other groups, Bloc CPTPP, also with the European Union SIPA, and we also request to join OECD. For us, the world and the planet is getting smaller. We will work together with you for peaceful collaboration, peaceful coexistence with all countries. We view with sincere regret the escalation and increase of conflicts around the world, especially in the Middle East, and we hope that all parties can come to a peaceful resolution as soon as possible. I think, distinguished guests, I've come to the end of my short speech. I apologize if what I say is not what is expected of me, but what I say comes from my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Subianto, and I'm not sure this is your first speech. It doesn't look like, actually. You did a great job. Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to the representative of His Majesty, the King of Bahrain for Philanthropy and Youth Affairs, National Security Advisor, Commander of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the honor guest of this year's forum, Sheikh Naser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Gracious and the Merciful, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of a friendly nation of ours, Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you and the blessings of Allah. From the outset, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the government of the Russian Federation for the kind invitation extended to the Kingdom of Bahrain to attend this year's forum. We would like to address special thanks to His Excellency President Vladimir Putin for his gracious invitation extended to me to participate in this forum as a speaker. I would also like to give you the greetings from His Royal Majesty the King. May Allah save him. And also greetings from the Crown Prince of Bahrain, Prime Minister of Bahrain. May Allah preserve him as well. It gives me great pleasure to remember His Royal Majesty's visit to Russia in May 2024. And in the course of that visit, he met with Your Excellency, Mr. President. This meeting was an important stage in the development of our bilateral relations of trust and friendship, as well as our mutual desire to further reinforce those ties. And this is evidenced in particular by the participation of the Kingdom of Bahrain in this year's forum. Distinguished colleagues, the economic policy pursued by the friendly nation of Russia under the leadership of President Putin is the engine of stable economic growth of Russia. This policy plays an important role in developing such strategically important industries as energy and industry. This certainly has a positive influence on the international investment climate. Russia is reinforcing its economic ties with the countries of our region as well as with the countries beyond our region. It also contributes to fostering new trade and economic opportunities whose potential we're trying to tap in. And I would also like to remind you something. I'm sorry, I'm a poet and I love poet, and I would like to remind you the words of Alexander Pushkin in his poem Monument. He says, "And for a very long time shall I be favored by the nation because I've been trying to give rise to good sentiment with my lyre. And this policy is not confined to figures or statistics. This policy has a soul. Indeed, we're currently attending an economic forum, but statistics is not the only important thing at this forum. This forum is also important in that it represents a hope. It manages to kindle in the hearts of the citizens. It also has an important impact on everyone. We've got a strategy developed by the Kingdom of Bahrain until 2030 that has been adopted under the wise leadership of the Kingdom. The 2030 vision is not just a strategy. It is also kind of a roadmap for building a sustainable future. Thanks to this roadmap, Bahrain has embarked upon a sound path which will lead us to an optimum balance between economic growth and sustainability. This roadmap has allowed Bahrain to secure and mobilize foreign investment whilst improving our economic potential. We have come up with a number of strategic initiatives aimed at developing each and every industry, including our digital infrastructure. Based on the results obtained, the Kingdom of Bahrain has started elaborating another strategy which will be in place until 2050. It's based on an innovative approach, digitalization, as well as diversifying the sources of our income. These are the strategic beacons we are guided by, and they show to everyone that we want to keep abreast with the developments across the world. We need to build constructive international cooperation and ensure comprehensive and well-balanced development. Human capital has priority in terms of development. Bahrain believes that human investment is the thing underpinning progress. That is why Bahrain advocates strengthening public-private partnerships, which is of great importance. And in that regard, we've got several important initiatives with a view to training young professionals, helping them enter the labor market. This, in turn, will help us build an adaptable economy which is capable of adapting to challenges as well as changes. Bahrain is trying to build a well-diversified infrastructures. This has already allowed us to become one of the hubs in the region. This has helped us facilitate our business community. This has also created a conducive environment for building new industries. Digital economy is the backbone of our strategy for building an economy of knowledge. On the other hand, we've got strategic partnership with friendly nations such as Russia. And this partnership is the pillar for developing the business environment in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Bahrain is fostering efficient ties with all international actors. This has already allowed us to turn into a country which is attractive from the point of view of investment and economy. Bahrain is pursuing the course of attracting foreign investment through setting up the requisite preferences enshrined in legislation. We're trying to create a conducive business environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the GCC, as of now, sets the trend in terms of supporting business and mobilizing investment across the region. This is something we pay a great deal of attention to. We assume that both innovation and creativity are indispensable elements to sustainable economic development. Hence, we believe the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum to be an efficient platform for setting forth ambitious initiatives as well as improving ties between investment bankers and business people from different countries, because investment is not just about mobilizing funds, it's also about exchanging creative ideas. It's about implementing creative projects with a view to fostering a sustainable economy. That is why it's important to support innovation in business to accelerate technological progress. I would also like to point out that stronger economic partnership creates a favorable environment for supporting SMEs, and SMEs, on their turn, serve as the engine for economic development. We need, to that end, to unite our efforts internationally and nationally, because it'll open up new horizons for investment opportunities. This will also help us reinforce cooperation among states. That is why we're pursuing a well-informed economic policy in order to build different industries, different businesses, in particular in terms of innovation. We have set the task of building a truly competitive and creative environment, opening up opportunities for trade and economic cooperation with friendly nations. And in conclusion, I would also like to once again thank you, Your Excellency President Putin, for this kind invitation as well as for the excellent organization of this forum. It testifies to Russia's sincere wish to reinforce international economic dialogue. We believe the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum to be an important platform for strengthening our partnership with friendly nations, including Russia. We advocate cooperation for the sake of sustainable development, which is in line with our vision for 2030. Peace be upon you, as well as blessings from Allah.
Thank you, Sheikh Naser. The address by the Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, Ding Shuxiang. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, distinguished participants of SPIEF, ladies, gentlemen, I'm glad to have this invitation to participate in the 28th St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, which this year is dedicated to an important theme, a very relevant theme: shared values as a foundation for global growth in a multipolar world. First and foremost, on behalf of China's government, let me offer you greetings and my congratulations on the successful opening of the forum. 10 years ago, President Xi Jinping of China spoke at the UN General Assembly. Back then, he said that peace, justice, development, and freedom were important. These were universal human values, as well as the noble mission of the United Nations. These values are what allows us to overcome ideologically motivated paradigms of thinking and uniting humanity. This was positively received by the international community. Right now, we see unprecedented changes, and right now we see a rise in protectionism as well as one-sided actions. We see the hegemony of diktat of power, geopolitical conflicts are flaring up. We are witnessing the emergence of new risks. Right now, humanity is facing a great number of shared global challenges. But referring back to President Xi's words, we believe we should remember the universal human values. We have to implement the concept of shared future of humanity. We also have to implement the ideas of global security and global development. We have to ensure all-inclusive globalization for the sake of a safe and prosperous future for everyone across the world. And that said, I would like to share the subsequent ideas with you. First, global governance should be based on cooperation. Global challenges require global solutions based on dialogue. And all countries should have the right and should have the voice in managing our planet. We have to ensure multilateralism as well as equal rights, equal chances, as well as equal rules for each and everyone. 8 years ago, China, the USSR, and the anti-Hitler coalition managed to overcome Nazism, building the foundation of a truly multilateral system. Right now, 80 years since, we have to reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter and defend these principles, as well as the world order, which is based upon international law. We have to advocate the UN's authority as well as international justice. We have to seek a better, more rational, more just international governance system. Second, an open, diversified world economy benefits everyone. But due to anti-globalism, the 2030 agenda is facing significant difficulties. Amid this environment, we have to remember the principles of mutual benefit as well as mutual development. We have to support the international trade system as well as the international economic order. We have to support trade facilitation as well as investment so as to make sure that economic globalization benefits all countries. China is trying to address the imbalances as well as inequalities in the world economy. We are helping more than 160 countries. And with more than 150 countries, we've managed to foster high-level cooperation as part of the One Belt, One Road initiative. There is a number of emblematic projects. We've also set up a global development foundation, and we've made a huge contribution to global development. We will keep deepening our cooperation with developing nations, while providing greater attention to our partnerships and partners from the Global South with a view to modernization on a mutual basis. Third, civilizations have to complement one another. Civilization development needs mutual enrichment. We need to develop these civilizations based on tolerance, dialogue, and mutual respect. They have to be respected as well as respected the right of peoples to choose their own future. We also have to avoid a new Cold War as well as ideological confrontation in all its manifestations. China speaks in favor of openness as well as tolerance. We advocate harmony whilst preserving our differences. There's this dialogue on civilizational dialogue and the Conference on Civilizational Dialogue. There's also a special resolution of the UN General Assembly that have been adopted, and working together with all of our partners, we're trying to make sure that each and every civilization prospers, to make sure that they are enjoyed by everyone. And of course, every civilization and every country have to have the right to preserve their own uniqueness. Peace helps development, and development ensures sustainable peace, and we've got to take the responsibility for peace on our planet. We have to reinforce mutual confidence and respect and ensure security. We have to help resolution of conflicts in the hotspots across the world. We have always spoken in favor of cooperation and development, and we stand willing to work and cooperate with every nation that is in favor of peace and development. And we have to pass down this legacy from one generation to another. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, China and Russia are permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. They're also leading emerging markets of the world, and as such, we have been long-standing friends. Our friendship has been enshrined. We are also reliable partners, supporting one another. Last month, at the invitation of President Putin, President Xi Jinping paid a state visit to Russia, attending the celebrations of the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Great Patriotic War. The heads of two states agreed to keep reinforcing strategic cooperation and interaction, speaking in favor of preserving the legacy of the Second World War, as well as the principle of international justice. So together with our friends from Russia, we will keep putting into practice the important agreements secured by the two leaders, and will promote more global peace and global development. We will also improve global governance. We need to improve, deepen, strengthen and reinforce Russian-Chinese cooperation, also in such formats as the Eurasian Economic Union, and in other formats. We have to build a high-quality infrastructure, tap into our resource potential, and also ensure the complementarity of economic structures of Russia and China, developing our cooperation in energy, aviation, space exploration, AI, and so on and so forth. We also have to improve the material basis for our comprehensive strategic cooperation and interaction for the benefit of both our nations. We also have to keep coordinating our efforts in international platforms, including the UN, promote the SCO and BRICS. And we also have to improve the participation of the Global South in global governance in the interests of a multipolar, more just and more prosperous world. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, currently China is comprehensively, promoting, building a strong state through modernization this year. In spite of adverse external economic environment, China still keeps positive economic dynamics. Our GDP grew by 5.4% within the first several months of this year. We are one of the leading economies. We're also developing our international trade despite difficult economic environment, and it demonstrates to the whole world the resilience as well as the viability of our economy. We will also pursue more active macroeconomic policy aimed at supporting employment and the business community, as well as stabilizing the market. Anticipations will also promote predictable, high-quality development in response to uncertain and highly volatile external environment. Will also help revive the Chinese economy. Whatever happens outside, China's doors will only open further. We steadily promote openness, in particular through institutionalizing it, to make sure we have a better business environment based on the best principles. We will be happy to have everyone in China, and we stand ready to share with you the opportunities for the modernization and development of China. Yes, the road to multipolarity is going to be arduous, but it holds the promise of a bright future. I call everyone to be guided by universal human values, opening together the prospects of a multipolar world together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shusiang. The floor now is for the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile.
Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, esteemed heads of states who are present, Your Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Highness Sheikh Naser bin Hamad Al Khalila, representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain, His Excellency Mr. Deng Xiaoxiang, Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, distinguished ministers and deputy ministers, diplomats, business leaders, and fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by sending warm greetings from the government of the Republic of South Africa, especially from our President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the people of South Africa. This forum, now in its 20th year, remains one of the foremost platforms for global dialogue on economic cooperation, investments, innovation, and inclusive growth. It is therefore an honor to be given the opportunity to address this distinguished assembly at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum to convey our vision for a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous world. The 2025 theme, Strengthening Multipolarity for Sustainable Development, is not only timely, but central to the moment we find ourselves in. I'd like to assume that you will concur with me that the concept of multipolarity has become increasingly relevant in the current global landscape, which is constantly changing. It calls for cooperation, dialogue, and respect for diversity amongst nations to achieve shared goals. The South African government is certain in its belief that the adoption of multipolarity may result in the achievement of sustainable development and economic prosperity for all nations, regardless of their size. It is laudable that as I stand here, I can confidently state that South Africa and Russia are committed to a multipolar world order and actively interact in forums such as BRICS and the G20. Our cooperation covers various sectors, including trade, energy, and technology. Our aim should be to deepen bilateral connections and shaping global governance. Russia has long played a strategic role in the global economy, not only as a major energy producer, but also as a key actor in food security, industrial technologies, and science-based innovation. It is one of the largest exporters of grain, oil, and gas. It is also a rising presence in sectors such as space exploration, nuclear energy, particularly for peaceful purposes, artificial intelligence, and advanced manufacturing. Importantly, Russia's increasing orientation towards Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America is reshaping global trade routes and creating new corridors for commercial and developmental cooperation. These reconfigurations are part of a broader trend, the steady emergence of a multipolar global economic architecture. Despite the real challenges posed by geopolitical tensions, sanctions, and fragmentation of financial systems, Russia has demonstrated resilience. It continues to foster deep integration with the Eurasian Economic Union, expand its partnership under the BRICS framework, and strengthen bilateral and multilateral engagement with emerging economies. Our country, South Africa, like many others, has also faced numerous challenges on its path to development. The extent to which individuals feel connected and share a sense of belonging in society has also been a significant challenge, particularly in the light of the country's history of apartheid and persistent socio-economic inequalities. However, with tenacity, drive, and a commitment to diversity, we have achieved enormous strides in reducing poverty, inequality, and creating social cohesion. We recognize that sustainable development is more than simply economic progress. It is also about providing opportunities for all our citizens to prosper and contribute to society. As we look to the future, the importance of the Global South in shaping international economic governance is undeniable. Africa, in particular, is fast becoming a center of global growth. With a population projected to exceed 2.5 billion people by 2050, a rising middle class, and a youthful demographic dividend, the continent has the potential to drive the wave of industrialization, digital transformation, and sustainable development. Africa is not in search of handouts. Rather, it is pursuing equitable partnerships. It seeks equitable access to markets, capital, knowledge, and technology. This is where global platforms like the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum become crucial for us. At the same time, the Global South is increasingly demanding a voice in decisions that shape global trade and finance. The collective call is clear. Development cannot be dictated. It must be co-created. Africa and the Global South are not merely passive recipients of investments or aid. They are active architects of a new, more just international order. Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum has evolved over the years from a primarily Russian and Eurasian platform into a global meeting point of policymakers, economists, CEOs, innovators, and thought leaders. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum provides a space for emerging economies to shape global economic discourse, influence trade rules, and negotiate developmental priorities. In this regard, South Africa supports the increasing inclusion of voices from the Global South at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. We support the growing participation of delegates from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. It is essential that this platform not only reflects actively, but actively amplifies the aspiration and strategic interests of developing economies. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum's value lies in its unique capacity to bridge geopolitical divides and promote dialogue beyond the dominant narratives. It enables countries with diverse histories, economies, and political systems to find common ground in promoting trade, innovation, and sustainable development. In an era of growing polarization, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is a vital pillar for pragmatic cooperation. South Africa is prepared to contribute to the promotion of cooperation and collaboration amongst nations in order to benefit all. We believe that a more equitable, prosperous, and tranquil world can be achieved through collaboration. This year, South Africa has the privilege of presiding over the G20. We have prioritized issues like debt sustainability, global financial reform, access to technology, and inclusive economic recovery. We are championing the representation of Africa in global decision-making structures, including the full integration of the African Union into the G20 framework. We are also working to ensure that global economic policy aligns with the goals of Africa's Agenda 2063, the African Union's blueprint for inclusive growth and sustainable development. It promotes industrialization, connectivity, regional integration, and the African continental free trade area. We offer a compelling value proposition to global investors and partners. We regard ourselves as a gateway to Africa, rooted in a democratic governance, a robust financial system, and world-class infrastructure. Our institutions are strong, Our people are resilient and our vision is clear. We aim to be a center of innovation, inclusive industrialization, and green growth. Moreover, South Africa brings to the table decades of multilateral experience, a commitment to peace building and development cooperation, and a bridge building role between advanced and emerging economies. We do not merely seek partnerships, we offer solutions grounded in African realities and global aspirations. In doing so, South Africa hopes to cement G20 priorities in African reality, ensuring that the recovery from global crisis does not exacerbate inequality, but rather creates opportunities for inclusive transformation. We are pushing for a new international development funding agreement that resolves historical inequalities, whilst also preparing the Global South to respond to future shocks with resilience. Speaking of resilience, we need to reinvigorate multilateralism. The multilateral order is under pressure, and economic nationalism is on the rise. At the same time, we face collective challenges that require urgent cooperation. Climate change, energy transitions, food insecurity, global health disparities, and digital inequalities. It is in this context that we must reaffirm the principles of mutual respect, sovereignty, equality, and solidarity. We must resist the return to protectionism and instead build a global trading system that is transparent, rule-based, and inclusive. Developing economies must have greater representation in global standing-setting institutions. We must accelerate the reform of the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and other Bretton Woods institutions to reflect contemporary global realities. Through strengthening multipolarity, we are able to harness the collective power of our nations to construct a future that is more sustainable for future generations. South Africa is prepared to do its share in promoting international cooperation and collaboration for the future of all nations. The future is not being written in boardrooms in the global north alone. It is being written in the towns of East Africa, in the innovation corridors of Southeast Asia, in the mines and digital labs of Latin America, and the energy, agriculture, and science sectors of Eurasia. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is one of the few remaining global platforms where this future can be shaped in dialogue. Let us then seize the moment. Let us invest in partnerships that are equitable and mutually beneficial. Let us pursue sustainable growth. South Africa stands ready to work with all partners gathered here to forge a new era of cooperation, shared prosperity, and enduring peace. Thank you very much. Spasiba.
Thank you so much for the heavily loaded speeches that will only make my mission more difficult. I'd like to start with President Putin. The overarching theme of this year's forum is shared values in a multipolar world. This is a very, very high, ambitious ceiling. What does Russia bring to the table in that regard?
In fact, I tried to bring this across in my intervention. I think whatever Russia is doing is aimed to bring together the efforts of all our partners or our friends, all those who were willing to work with Russia to address those global civilizational tasks. And first of all, we seek to achieve a balanced global development so that this development is aligned with the interests of as many countries as possible. We seek to build a multipolar world order where the participants of international relations agree among themselves, design instruments and tools that would help find solutions even in the most difficult of conditions. Such solutions that would benefit everybody and not just individual groupings or associations, be it military or economic blocs. I think that today's meeting, today's event, that, as is known as arranged by Russia, it aims to achieve this.
Sometimes, Mr. President, this effort to build the multipolar world seems like more of a resistance of an existing order rather than a genuine, consistent, coherent effort to create the multipolar world that you're talking about. Is it an objective-driven effort, or it's only resisting current, unfavorable kind of order?
I think, and on many occasions and different locations I mentioned this, the changes are happening irrespective of whether we help those changes or not. Those are objective trends of global development. You know, in my speech, and on many other occasions, including here at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum last year, I mentioned that the changes in the world are happening, and those are fundamental changes. They are due to the fact that new economic leaders emerge. Just look at what's happened over the past years. Look at how the share of the so-called G7 was shrinking in the global economy. It is shrinking every year. And look at how the share of the countries that got together in the BRICS has been growing. Again, this is an objective process. And it has nothing to do with any clashes or military conflicts. No. It's been on for decades. And when we're told, look, you, in Russia, you implemented this pivot to the global south, to Asia. Oh, no. Those decisions had long been taken because we considered the trends of the global development. And again, those are objective trends. our colleague from South Africa just spoke. 2.5 billion people in Africa. And again, this is a medical fact. This is what's going to happen, and there is no stopping it. All those nations, all those continents, all those peoples would seek to improve their standards of living. And definitely they would try to enhance their economic and humanitarian capabilities. And again, those are inevitable things that are happening in our civilization. Our task is to make this process, this inevitable process, a civilized shape. And altogether, we should take efforts that not only would accelerate those processes, but make those processes balanced, so that the decisions are made on a timely basis, and the decisions are most effective and would benefit all the participants of the process, including the countries that, one way or another, are somehow losing their positions in the global economy. Look, we want to agree with them. We are ready to agree with them if they want to. However, if they want to maintain their monopoly at all costs, if they want to keep the instruments of colonial influence in the world, well, they will have to be happy with the situation they are gradually sliding to. Now, whatever we are doing at the national level, for instance, given our domestic and foreign policy, and together with our friends and partners, this is what we're doing.
And obviously they have the tools to cripple this endeavor that you just summarized, Mr. President. So I would ask President Prabowo of Indonesia. Indonesia has always walked a fine line, has always, as you mentioned in your speech, been a non-aligned state. But as the world becomes more and more complicated, can Asian countries, ASEAN countries, stay non-aligned, or this is more and more not an option, or a very, very narrow option as we go forward?
Thank you. I think, in my opinion, it's not easy, but it's a line that we are determined to maintain. As I said, we respect all the great powers, we respect our neighbors, and we really believe that the only way for prosperity is collaboration, cooperation, and peaceful coexistence. And this is what we try to achieve. So we want to maintain good relations, and we try to convince all parties that the only way forward in this planet is getting smaller. We cannot afford rivalry that is going nowhere. That can only, especially if it goes into confrontation. So no, I'm convinced that we have to maintain this path of non-alignment.
Mr. Vice Premier of China, China and Russia are building with others this new order in the world. But if you look last year, things started to ease up between Moscow and Washington. There is more dialogue between President Donald Trump and President Putin. Is this a source of concern for you in China? And how do you see the developing relationships between the leading powers in the world?
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to advise President Putin and all other participants of this forum, our friends, I want to emphasize our firm position. We welcome the warming of the relations between Russia and the United States. Russia and the United States are leading world powers and the permanent members of the UN Security Council. It would be abnormal if they had no contacts. In fact, the re-establishment of contacts between Russia and the United States, restoration of cooperation, this is beneficial for the entire world because this helps stabilize the international situation and helps rebuild the global economy. China and Russia and the relations between the two countries in fact, have very deep roots. We are neighbors. We're largest neighbors, and friendly cooperation between our two countries develops successfully, and it is based on the principle of mutual benefits. And this is in line with historic logic, and it is in line with the cultural traditions of the two countries. And besides, it is in line with the strategic interests of the two countries. The friendship between Russia and China is immune to any external influence, and our friendship is not aimed against any third party. Yesterday, President Xi mentioned that under the leadership of President Putin and President Xi, the relations between the two countries had reached the historic high, and relations are as solid as rock, and they are impregnable. As you said, global powers have a lot of influence on the global world order. And they play a most important role in upholding the world order. On many international fora, President Xi urged the global powers to behave. The way I understand it, that global powers must live up to their international commitments. They should preserve the UN-centered global order, and they should follow the principle of sovereign equality of states, irrespective of the size of those states. And they also should uphold the international justice and equality. They should discard hypocrisy, and they should help maintain openness in this world. China is a responsible global power that serves as a stabilizing factor despite the global shocks. We are ready to cooperate with many countries and assist in achieving prosperity globally. That would be my response.
Thank you so much. Sheikh Naser, Bahrain is a very unique country. You have very good, exceptional relations with Washington, yet you are here today representing your country and His Majesty as a guest of honor in St. Petersburg Forum. This is a very unique feature. It aligns with, those who know Bahrain would say this will align with the history of Bahrain as a trade hub, as a political bridge. But how are you maneuvering and navigating a more and more polar world with the set of skills and experiences you have in the realm of bridging between East and West?
Well, you have mentioned briefly about history, and let me take you back nearly 5,000 years ago, the job of Bahrain, where it maintained the relations between East and West. So I believe Bahrain, in its geographic position in the region and in service to the world, we have no choice but to be the arms and the bridges between the East and the West. We have no choice, rather, to follow our wise leadership, not just in Bahrain, but in the GCC in total, where we all share a new state of mind. It is what's so-called the single-issue alliance. Meaning by single-issue alliance is I do not get my nation, we do not get our region sucked into wars. I might agree with you in 10 points, but disagree in 8 or vice versa. So we take every point into verticals and we discuss. And most important is how do we build on this relation? How do we maintain our relations? How do we seek to a better future? I'd always say our past is not better than our present, but I'm sure our future should be better than our present. So this is what we are doing. We have seen great leadership here with His Excellency, the President Vladimir Putin, where he showed a stable, long-lasting, enduring vision. Where does he want to take his country and move forward? We do the same. We always say that. We plan for the next generations.
Thank you, Sheikh Naser. Vice President, South Africa is as well one of these unique historical experiences in Africa and on the world stage. You said something very interesting about St. Petersburg Forum being one of the very, very few places where shaping the conversation around geopolitics and geoeconomics is happening through dialogue. That's a very solid conclusion in today's world. I'd like you to elaborate more. What did you mean by that? And why? What makes this one of the few and unique places for such dialogue?
Thank you very much for that question. I want to start by saying I think we should thank President Putin for this great leadership, ensuring that particularly countries of the global south should have platforms to be able to collaborate, share ideas, come up with new innovative plans. As I said earlier, that in South Africa we've taken a position that we should not continue to go to others for handouts. We should not be queuing for aid, but we should focus on development. And that countries of the global south can do it. We can see it. We are developing. We are getting stronger. And I think we should keep it that way. So that's why I was saying that the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is a great platform. And thank you to President Putin for this leadership. We are with you.
Let me bring the conversation from values to closer to the conflict areas in the world. President Putin, Israel said that the statements are normalizing the fact that a country might kill the president of another country. That's basically the conclusion of last week's statements. Yes, Ayatollah Khamenei is not head of state, but he has enough gravitas to be considered as head of state and to be protected by the articles of international law. But when we normalize the idea, no matter where you stand on Iran, when we normalize the idea of a country killing the president of another country publicly, and what kind of new rules are being set? They are obviously contradictory to the kind of values you're trying to put forward. isn't that?
Well, you know, I was listening to my colleagues speak. I was taking some notes so that later I could react to that and make some references. I've also made note of what you was just saying yourself. And you said the following. When we've been discussing it with my colleague from the People's Republic of China, you said the following, and I wrote it down. The Russian Federation and China shape new world order. Russia and China are not shaping the world order. We are only identifying the potential shapes of it, or the scope of it, or the general perimeter. The new world order emerges genuinely on its own. It's just like watching the sunrise. There is no way you can run away from it or you can avoid it. And we are trying to create the conditions, or rather pave the way for this process so that it is more balanced and so that it is in line with the interest of the global majority. And we very much hope that all of the countries would be aware of it and, after all, would come to realize, as I was saying earlier, that this particular wave of searching for a solution is better than an approach where you try to apply pressure. And in fact, this neo-colonial world order, and I do believe that it is neo-colonial in its nature, this is the world order that humanity has existed for many hundreds and even centuries of years.
Would you allow, Mr. President, to go back to the question about normalizing the talk about, you know, a country killing the president of another country? In the case of Iran and Khamenei and Israel within this conflict. I mean, it seems that those who are making the new values are not the global south, not obviously not Russia, not China, it's the Israelis. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, I really would like the statements that you just cited to stay rhetoric, but can you please be more specific? What exactly do you mean in terms of Israel?
I mean, the new values now is that one country is setting the rules for another country that who has or doesn't have enrichment, for example. One country is threatening to kill the president or the head of that country. Are these values defendable in any way?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I don't see anything new in this regard. It's no new to us at all. And secondly, the Russian Federation has always, and I keep emphasizing that, has always supported taking care of security and safety of each single country without damaging safety and security of any other country. That's our strong principle. So my response is that, in general, it may sound as a generic answer, but I promise this is a very practical approach executed by Russia.
Allow me for a very direct question about the situation. Donald Trump is seeking what he calls the total surrender of Iran in terms of the nuclear project. Would Vladimir Putin seek the total surrender of Volodymyr Zelensky in the same vein?
First of all, it's not the same thing. It is a very different situation. And secondly, we are not aiming for unconditional surrender by Ukraine. We insist that Ukraine recognizes realities that we have on the ground.
Sheikh Naser, I'll go back to you. You see, this conversation unveils the level of tensions on the global theater. I will go back to the question about how GCC countries keep moving from one success to another, and Bahrain is one of these successful countries, despite all of these turbulences, despite all of these flashpoints in your close vicinity and globally. How do you do that? And what lessons can be drawn from that by others?
Let me start by saying, Alhamdulillah, for a wise leadership we have in our region. We always say the clever tries to solve the problem, but the wise who avoids it. So us in the GCC, and especially in your second home in Bahrain, I love that President Putin loved that quote, and you can use it, Mr. President, no copyrights on that. Us in our country, we talk numbers, we talk facts, we project our plans. As what we saw today from President of Indonesia, this is a man who is expediting his KPIs by far. He thinks that he will reach in 4 years' time that goal, but he reached in 1 year time. We are sprinting in our region. And if you go back today, especially during that turbulent and eventful nights, look at the numbers of our real estate, look at the numbers of our stock markets. There is a lot of confidence from the people, from the investors, with our leaderships over there. Today in that beautiful city, I sat with the top chairmen and CEOs of your top companies in Russia, and we exchanged the same vision, we exchanged the same purpose and the same spirit during these conflicts. We are only looking forward. We are only looking to de-escalate. We are only looking for a peaceful world. We are only looking for a better future. And Mr. President, we in the GCC, and especially in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we live in a constant sunrise like you, but here you are literally in St. Petersburg. Every day there is a sunrise ahead of us. I still haven't seen nighttime.
Mr. Vice President, as I mentioned earlier, the South Korea has a very unique position in history in terms of how it evolved, in terms of how it fixed its wrongs and mistakes and fixed its history. One of the things that came to my mind when I was preparing for this is the experience of de Klerk, the last president of the apartheid regime. The thing is that he made himself part of the change, and that saved South Africa a lot of blood and destruction and chaos. What lesson can be drawn from this history when a regime or a state or an idea hits a wall? How can you advise these states or these regimes to change the same way South Africa changed?
Well, de Klerk is not a good example because he was defeated. He was forced to come to the table by the masses of our people. He didn't come voluntarily. What we are saying that leaders must recognize that we can resolve our differences through peaceful means, but there are those who need to be dragged to there. And I think the example of de Klerk is quite that. He was dragged to the negotiating table by the masses of our people. And we were quite happy once he came. He had no option. He had to participate. He did try to portray himself like he's Nelson Mandela. He's not. He was dragged there by Nelson Mandela to say, we are going to negotiate peace. And we want to continue to share this example with other countries. We are quite involved now in the African continent, engaging in peaceful negotiations in the South Sudan, in the DRC and other places. So yes, there is indeed value in negotiating, in discussions, but there are situations where the masses have to stand up and they have to fight for their rights. And that's what we did in South Africa.
Mr. President, you were shaking your head when we were exchanging this question. What are your thoughts on, bringing adversaries to the table? Does it require, is defeat a prerequisite for dialogue, or we can, bypass this phase and go to dialogue? And there are so many crises in the world that cannot afford a victorious and
Well, I have to say here that Nelson Mandela is one of my greatest icons, my greatest hero. I think it's an inspiration. He was put in prison for many years. He was sentenced to death, threatened to be sentenced to death, accused of many things. And his famous statement was that he was willing to give his life for the principle of freedom. But the greatness of Nelson Mandela, when he got out of prison, he worked for reconciliation with his former enemies. So this is the greatness of Nelson Mandela, and this I try also to carry out in my domestic politics. I reconciled with many of my former opponents. For instance, we had a very long rebellion, separatist rebellion in Aceh, very long. I think more than nearly 30 years. But can you imagine that the former commander of the Aceh Liberation Army, fighting against us for 25 years more, now he joined my party. He's in my political party. And he's now governor of Aceh, and I'm president of Indonesia. This shows that former enemies can come together. And I think this is the lesson of Nelson Mandela. I want to say I was a former soldier. And as a former soldier, I really know the value of peace and reconciliation. As a former soldier, I always try, now, even before, I always try to negotiate. Negotiate. Better to talk than to kill each other. This is my position. Always talk, always negotiate.
President Putin, on a more practical question concerning the crisis in the Middle East. Now, we will talk about Ukraine in a while. But the current crisis, it touches on geopolitics, energy, and it has repercussions that go beyond the parties involved in the struggle. Is it a test for how the South can play a role in mending the fences between both countries, in putting some good imagination around the solution, architecting a solution that can be acceptable by two parties that are fighting, head to head? Is this a test for what you are proposing and trying to create as political weight for the South?
Yes, I do believe it is quite probable. And the reality is that many countries of the region in a way, do have sometimes stable or sometimes complicated relations, but anyway, relations with both of the parties, with both Iran and Israel. And the availability of those ties and relations give us reason to hope that global South as a whole and countries of the region in particular may exercise them impact on this process in a way that the acute phase of the conflict comes to an end. When I was saying that the principal position of the Russian Federation is to make sure that the security of one country is not paid at the cost of other countries, well, I'm not going to dwell into the details of that. We all understand what I'm talking about. We're talking about uranium enrichment on the one hand, and this is Iran's right. It is Iran's right to peaceful nuclear program. On the other hand, we know the position of Israel. Israel insists that it is about provision of its security. But I'm sure that mutually acceptable solution can be found for both sides. That's my view. And both the countries of the global South and especially so countries of the region have a positive role to play and impact this process aimed at the search of solution. I do believe such a solution does exist.
Actually, today, the Russian ambassador at the UN said that the only way forward is a political solution for the nuclear file between Iran and the Israelis. Is there any preliminary points about this solution, or we're still too far from that?
Well, in such situations, I would say it's always better not to rush in order not to harm the process. But in my view, there are potential points of consensus. They are available. We are expressing our position to both sides of the conflict. As you know, we are in touch with Israel. We're in touch with our Iranian friends. We do have some proposals, including our potential participation. But I'd like to pay your attention that by no means are we trying to act as a mediator. No, we are simply expressing ideas. We're making suggestions. And should those ideas seem attractive to both sides, we would only be happy. But I'd like to reiterate that we're in touch with Israel. As you know, just a while ago, I had a conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I also had a conversation with President of Iran. I also talked to the President of the United States, who is undoubtedly directly involved in the process. We shared our vision. We discussed the potential progress in resolution of this conflict. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So far, our proposals are also being discussed. We are in touch with our Iranian friends on a virtually daily basis, so we'll see. But I would really like, among others, our ideas to be implemented.
Sheikh Naser, during the King's visit to Moscow, he explicitly talked about the role of Russia in maintaining peace in the Middle East. It was an initiative His Majesty put forward during the Arab Summit in Bahrain, in Manama. And he was very particular about the role of Russia in achieving that peace as a pivotal role. What role do you think Russia can play now in the current crisis?
Yes, you were right. During our previous visit, and after the Arab Summit that was conducted in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we have called out for World Peace Forum to end and to reach to a solution with every conflict. His Majesty is a leader of peace. He drives his country towards peace and ending conflicts, and so as President Putin. As you have heard from the President just now, that he continues talking, no mediation. I believe that mediation will always confuse the situation, but any suggestion, any words of wisdom these days are mostly needed. Avoiding de-escalation, I think, is the key words of today.
Thank you, Sheikh Naser. I'll go back to President Putin about Ukraine. How is the war in Ukraine reflective of the values that St. Petersburg Forum is trying to put forward, to defend, to underscore?
Very easily. Directly, in fact, there is a direct relation to what I've been talking about. I said that security of one country cannot be ensured at the expense of security of other country. And since the beginning of the 1990s, and for decades, we've been hearing that there would be no NATO's expansion to the east, and we've had 5 or 6 rounds of expansion. Despite all our calls not to do this, those were ignored, and definitely those are rudiments of the old, if not to say ancient, neocolonial policy, well, upgraded, of course, given the current context, but nonetheless, this is the action from the position of power. Those are the actions that do not take into account the interests of Russia. As to Ukraine, again, this is action from the position of power, whatever that was happening there. It is a bloody anti-constitutional coup that happened in Ukraine. And again, this is acting from the position of power. In previous U.S. administration directly stated that they spent billions of dollars to support the coup. Well, obviously, it was not mentioned in public, but still. And our action aimed at protecting a part of the population that considered that it had cultural and historic ties with the Russian people. I'm referring to the people living in the Crimea. And then there were some attempts on our part to resolve the situation in the southeast of Ukraine, in Donetsk and Luhansk. We made these efforts, but again, our, in this case, ideological opponents, as I could label them, attempted to act from a position of force. They started military operations in Lugansk and Donbass. It was not us who started the military operations. And after the coup, the part of the Ukrainian population rejected the outcomes of the coup and rejected the those who made this coup happen. Well, they became targets of the military operations. We attempted to address the situation in a peaceful manner to somehow mend the situation, but our partners, quote unquote, well, it turned out that they started this whole coup just to pump up Ukraine with weapons and to continue combat. In the end, this forced us to recognize independence of the two republics. Look, it took us 8 years to do this. We tried to negotiate, but we were forced to recognize their independence, and then we started supporting them, including providing military support to put an end to the war unleashed by our opponents in the West. And those who they lean upon in Ukraine, those are neo-Nazis and ultra-nationalists. So whatever that is linked to this tragedy unfolding in Ukraine is not an outcome of our action. This is an outcome of the action of those who are not ready to embrace the global changes happening in the world.
Mr. President, I'm in no position to challenge the narrative you put forward. Let's say this is the baseline of what the reality is. Let's assume this is a reality. Your army is advancing beyond the 4 areas that are considered Russian by Moscow. So what's your end game? How deep is your army going to go, and for what effect?
You said about the 4 regions that we consider ours. Well, on many occasions I did mention that Russian and Ukrainian peoples are the same people, and in this sense, the entire Ukraine is ours. But look, we look at the realities on the ground, and obviously there are people, there are many such people in a neighboring country who seek sovereignty and independence, and I wish them all the best. I mean, we never, ever challenged their right, the right of the Ukrainian people to independence and sovereignty. Having said that, the grounds on which Ukraine became independent and sovereign were spelled out in the Declaration on Independence of 1991. And it stated very clearly that Ukraine is a non-nuclear neutral state and not party of any blocs. I think it would be good to get back to those core values based on which Ukraine obtained its sovereignty and independence. Second, from the very beginning, when the conflict became really hot, we suggested to the Ukrainian leadership to cease all the conflicts. We suggested that we withdraw our troops from the territories, and they withdraw their troops from the territories where people are not ready to embrace the new regime and they want to live independently or become part of the Russian Federation. They said no. And again, those are not political decisions. And now the logic of combat comes into play. The military look at where they can better advance, where they can channel their troops to achieve the best outcomes with lowest possible casualties. And this is how troops advance. You know, we have an old saying, or story, or rule rather, whenever the boot of Russian soldier stands, it becomes ours. Look, I would hate the statement to be over-militaristic or be viewed as over-militaristic, but at every single stage of the unfolding process, and I stress this just for you to understand, and this is truth. I mean, at every single stage of the unfolding process, we suggested to those with whom we were in conflict in Ukraine, we suggested to stop. We suggested that we should negotiate, because this purely military logic may result in a situation when the whole thing would aggravate, and we will have to negotiate starting from worst positions. And this happened several times. I would not go into detail now. And the witnesses to our suggestions, are active politicians from other countries, and thanks God they are alive and healthy. But whenever we suggested something, they would go from Moscow to Kiev and then would tell us, look, they tell us that we are agents of the Kremlin and we wash our hands. We won't deal with this. So each time we heard no, no, no. And we said time and again, let's do it, let's negotiate. It's going to be worse for you. No. Why? Well, because those who are guided by old neo-colonial principles, including and primarily Europe, they thought that they would crush Russia, would destroy Russia, and would feast on it. That's exactly why, and I'm confident, that's exactly why former Prime Minister Mr. Johnson, and I think this happened due to suggestions by the former U.S. administration, Biden's administration, came to Ukraine and suggested that they should not reach an agreement with Russia. But the agreement was on the table. during the Istanbul negotiations. We reached a consensus on almost all issues, and we had just to finalize the document. We had just to meet with the head of the regime at that time and put an end to this process. But now, Mr. Johnson came and, with the support of the Ethiopian U.S. administration, came and he talked Ukraine out of signing the agreements, trying to achieve a strategic defeat of Russia in the battlefield. Well, in the end, new territories found themselves under our control. The Russian army advances every day along the whole edge of the battle area. Look, they incurred into the Kursk region. Well, they lost 76,000 troops there. It's a catastrophe. It's a disaster. 76,000. In the end, we drove them out from that region, but they started to create threats for us along the whole border with Ukraine in two neighboring regions. You know, they lack personnel, and now we have to create a security zone along the border. And they divert their troops there, the troops that they are lacking in other areas. 47% is the current staffing level of their combat units. In fact, they lose their combat worthiness. With their own hands, they extended the battle lines for another 2,000 kilometers. And as I said, they started to create threats for us along our border and another 1,600 kilometers. You know, they spread their troops thinly. From the military standpoint, it's silly, it's stupidity. They create problems of their own, and we have to respond somehow. You said that there are some other territories. Yes, of course. Look at the national border. As I said, they incurred into the Kursk region, and they committed a lot of crimes there, including crimes against the civilian population. And we kicked them out with significant losses, and now we have to create security areas along the borders because they keep attacking from there. They use artillery, they use UAVs.
The security zone.
In the Sumy region, it's about 10 to 12 kilometers. In some places, it's 8 to 10 kilometers. And then there's the city of Sumy, the regional center. But we do not have this task of taking Sumy, but I do not exclude this. I do not rule this out. Now, why? Why are we doing all this? Well, because they're creating threats for us. They keep shelling our border areas, our border regions. And this is an outcome of their ungrounded and ill-thought-through actions. The only objective was of political nature, just to demonstrate that they can do something, that they can obtain something from their foreign sponsors. I mean, look, they've gotten some $250 billion. Well, not enough. Give us more and more and more. And one half is being stolen, if not more. That's why we found ourselves in those regions. And again, this is an outcome of the standoff and the nature of it.
I would later go back to some aspects of your answer, mainly about the nuclear aspect of what's happening. But I'd like to go back to the other participants. Indonesia, Bahrain, and South Africa are three countries actively deepening relationship with Russia. From what I understood, this conflict, unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, might go longer, might go for long. How are you planning to mitigate the fallout of this conflict in terms of secondary sanctions, in terms of political reputation in the world, in terms of pressure coming from your other allies? This is a very, very complicated situation you don't want to be in any way, but that's reality. I will start with you, Mr. President.
I really don't understand actually your question. What secondary sanctions?
I'll make it simple.
Yeah, for Indonesia, we are very clear that we have always been on the line. In the Ukrainian situation, I think 2 years ago, we proposed immediate ceasefire in place. And I think at that time, the reaction from the Russian side was quite open, was quite positive, in fact. But the reaction from the Western governments, I have to be fair, not all Western governments, but many Western media virulently attacked my proposal. They said that I was proposing the peace of the cemetery. That was what many of these Western journalists accused me of. So we will always propose a peaceful solution. And at that time I reminded everybody that even in Korea now, North Korea and South Korea, there's a demilitarized zone supervised by the United Nations. The war in Korea is officially not yet over, but there's a peaceful condition. So that was what we proposed, like to save the people of Ukraine on all sides, people of the Russian-speaking areas, just to save them, a secession in place. That was we are far from the place, but we want to promote a peaceful solution. So I don't understand who's going to give sanctions to us.
Sheikh Naser, same question about the secondary sanctions on the friends of Russia. Let's agree that this is part of the reality of international dynamics, and people take care of that. I mean, pay attention to that. How are you navigating this in terms of sanctions, in terms of reputation as well?
Well, you mentioned it, the friends of Russia, but also the Kingdom of Bahrain being the friend to the world, the link and the bridge between conflicts. We have always opened our arms as I would never say that we are neutral. Neutral means siding with one side on another. I say that we are peacekeepers, we are peace seekers, we are opening our arms. Bahrain is a platform for peace talks. So what we try to achieve all the time by the guidance of His Majesty is we will always welcome, and you remember, Mr. President, we have actually offered that Bahrain is always ready for whenever there will be peace talks in your conflict, then we are more than happy to host it. So if we can achieve that, then definitely we are benefiting something that we secure the world's interest. Because at the end of the day, with these conflicts and what's happening from left, right, and center, I don't see any benefit out of it. I don't see one side loser and one side is the winner. No one is going to get out of this victorious if we keep looking at event-driven prospect of that whole image. But what we look is, how can we end up with a solution that is foresight in the future, that builds our economy, that secures our generations, and how will we look and how will our world look in the next generation? So these are difficult questions to answer today, because this is all in the future. But all what I know is today. If I go by every sunrise again, knowing what is happening today and what I see around me today in the world, people are readjusting, people are reshuffling, and people are expecting that hopefully with the leadership and with the wise leadership of Mr. Putin, that something beneficial is going to happen. So I am an optimistic person. I look at these opportunities for my nation and for the better to everyone. So if we seek together how can we bring these issues into solutions, then we are on the right path. If we are not thinking this way, then we are definitely not thinking of a solution. So at the end of the day, let's not get deep into these issues, but let's think forward and let's readjust our posture of today, and then this will shape our future together forward. So this is our navigating track, I think.
Excellent. Mr. Vice President, the same question for you.
Well, we are already facing tariffs as we speak. So if we're going to face secondary sanctions, it's something that we have to deal with. I did say earlier that the road to multipolarity is not going to be easy. All the things we want to do to ensure equality in the world not being dictated upon, those things are not going to come easy. But it's always important that in time of difficulty, friends must stay together so that we face the challenges together. And I want to recall here the famous words of our former President Nelson Mandela in time of difficulties when others tried to say, why do you go to this country and this country? And he said, we are not going to be dictated upon who our friends should be. We choose our friends. We work with our friends even in times of difficulty. So the countries of the Global South must work together. We are already working together. We will face this challenge together, and I'm sure we'll succeed.
Mr. Putin, your satisfaction with the answers cannot be hidden in any way. Any comments?
Well, first of all, I never doubted that that would be the answers. And it's not just that somebody is trying to harm someone or that someone is trying to tell others something good and nice and pleasant. No, it's not about that. And that brings us to the very beginning of our discussion, when I was saying that global changes happen organically, just like the sunrise. And that's what it's all about. You were saying yourself, Russia and China are shaping the new world order. Well, we are not trying to break or destroy anything to build the new. We are not causing any difficulties to anyone. And our colleague from China was just saying that friendship between Russia and China is not against anyone, any other country. And that's the truth. We are simply giving shape to the things that evolve naturally in the world. And they are going to evolve anyway. But bending your knees under the pressure of someone who is trying to preserve the outdated rules means staying behind and overcoming all the challenges, any kind of challenges, be that tariff wars or sanctions. Overcoming those challenges means moving ahead. And we are friends, we are partners with those countries who are willing to move ahead. And those who are ready for it, those who are ready to accept this challenge.
In a previous answer about Ukraine, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Ukraine in a very subtle way. To be honest, I've read some reports, most of them are in Russian media, that there is an assumption that Ukraine might opt for using a dirty bomb against Russia. Do you take these reports seriously? Do you have intelligence that support this kind of probability?
Well, first of all, that would be a colossal mistake from the side of those who we call neo-Nazis operating on the territory of modern-day Ukraine. And potentially that could be their last mistake. Because the nuclear doctrine of the Russian Federation, both the common sense and the practice of our actions, always shows that we always respond and react to any threats that are posed to us in the spirit of reciprocity. We always react, always in the spirit of reciprocity. So our response would be extremely harsh and most probably catastrophic in nature, both to the neo-Nazi regime and, unfortunately, to Ukraine itself. I genuinely hope that it will never happen.
From the tone of your answer, I can conclude that you take these reports seriously. Is there evidence supporting these reports, like intelligence, evidence?
No. Thank God we do not have any evidence of such intentions. But we proceed from an idea that in some crazy imagination of some crazy person, that kind of ideas may emerge. And I guess I have provided an exhaustive answer regarding our potential response in this case.
You absolutely did. We were talking about friendship a while ago, and the friends of Russia in this panel. I will start from South Africa, and then Bahrain, and then Indonesia, and if China would love to comment on that, the floor is open. Are you surprised that a friend of Iran, of Russia, Iran, is under attack, and Russia did not step up to help that ally? This is at least one of the narratives in the media. Where is Russia in this conflict? As friends, are you surprised?
Well, President Putin has already indicated that he has been in discussions with Israel, also in discussion with Iran on these matters, offered solutions. We think that's the correct way to do it. So we're not surprised. In fact, we support that approach that he is taking. South Africa, as you know, one of the non-aligned countries, we always advocate for peaceful solutions of this conflict. Our president has already issued a statement in that regard, that there should be negotiations, and that's really the route that we are going to pursue.
Sheikh Naser.
Well, let me make it simple to you. I like making things nice and simple. To prove friendship, if I can make a Russian laugh right now, then I'm a good friend of Russia. I hear one over there that laughed, so that's more than enough.
Mr. President, before I go back to you, Mr. Putin, on that question, please.
Okay. My position is this, is the logical position, that each country is responsible and will defend its own national interest. So, being friends is being friends, trying to cooperate trying to help each other. But being friends does not mean that every country must give their national interest to another country's national interest. So it will be the decision of every country to defend and protect its national interest. That is my position.
President Putin, you're taking some notes on that, and I would add one aspect, if you allow me.
Well, I'm taking notes of everything. We record everything. Don't worry about that. Don't even doubt it. I can assure you that every single step taken is well taken note of.
Am I in trouble?
Well, I'm sure you'll be able to overcome those, and we will assist you in doing so.
In Western media, there are reports saying the following, and I leave the opportunity for you to comment on that. Actually, the Iran war is a good thing for Russia. A, oil is up. B, the West has one more problem on its table to take care of. And 3, Ukraine is on the back burner. So all the news is on Iran rather than Ukraine. How do you comment on that? And what do you say for those who are saying that Russia is unreliable ally because it did not step up for Iran?
Those who promote such narrative about Russia not being a reliable ally are provocateurs. They provoke the situation, and this won't help them. They won't reach their goals. Every conflict is alike any other conflict just on the surface. But as the former Minister of Defense rightfully stated, and the theoretician on military conflicts and military operations, my distinguished colleague, President of Indonesia. By the way, we published his book in Russian on military art. You know, every single country has its own responsibility for what's happening with it. Now, about Russia being reliable or non-reliable as an ally. We've heard that we are supposed to show some solidarity, and this is very true. But each conflict is unique. Let me emphasize that Israel has more than 2 million people who came from the former Soviet Union or Russia. In fact, Israel is almost a Russian-speaking country today. And clearly, in our most recent history, we factor this in. Now, traditionally, we've had very good, friendly, and trust-based relations with the Arab world and Islamic world, because about 15% of the population of Russia are Muslims. So Russia is an observer in the Islamic Cooperation Organization. It's another important factor. We have to consider both factors. Now, we have established some friendly relations with Iran. And in this connection, we always fulfill all our obligations. And the same is happening in terms of relations between Russia and Iran. We support Iran in its struggle for its legitimate interests, including the interests with respect to peaceful uses of the atomic energy. And this has always been our position. This is our principled position, including in this conflict. It has never changed. And those who claim that we should have done more, well, what more? You know, starting some military operations or what? I mean, we already engage in military operations against those who we consider to be opponents of the ideas and concepts we promote. and those who create threats for the Russian Federation. And those are basically the same forces, be it in Iran or, in the case of Russia, somewhere hiding behind the scene. You know, these are not those who engage in actual combat, but we have some obligations, and we uphold Iran's right to peaceful nuclear energy, and not just with sheer words. Despite the complicated situation around Iran, we built a nuclear reactor in Bushehr. We established a contract to build further 2 nuclear reactors. And despite the difficult situation, despite some danger, we continue implementing the project. We do not evacuate our personnel, our staff. Moreover, in this case, based on the kind of relations with Israel we have, and thanks to the restoration of our relations with the U.S., we put this issue on the table for Israel and for the United States, stating that we perform our mission in Iran being guided by our understanding of Iran's right to peaceful uses of atomic energy. And we act in strict compliance with international norms, and we ask that security of our personnel be ensured. And the Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to this. And President Trump promised to support our legitimate demands. Isn't it support of Iran? I think it's direct support. Besides, we took a very specific position in the UN, and our position, including in the UN, and I'm deeply convinced of this, is aligned with interests of both Iran and the State of Israel.
I would say probably enough with geopolitics. One more question before we move to economy and other issues about AI and... Sorry?
Well, we'll stay until morning if we continue the discussion like this.
The forum this year coincides with the 80th anniversary or commemoration of the Day of Victory, the World War II. Are you concerned that we are heading into World War III in any way?
It does concern me, and there is no irony about it. This is no joking. A lot of conflict potential is out there, and it's growing. Right next to our borders, there is one conflict that directly affects us. I'm referring to the conflict in Ukraine. Now, see what's happening in the Middle East. And clearly, we're very much concerned with what's happening around nuclear facilities of Iran. We're very much concerned with the possible implications and outcomes. And definitely, this requires not only very much attention on our part, but also we need to seek solutions to those situations and peaceful solutions along all these lines. And again, I'm very candid here, and that's why we're here, by the way.
Vice Premier, back to you. We'll talk more about economic endeavors now. It concerns you more than anything else, as we agreed before this panel. Sanctions are not only in the realm of politics or military, or it's some countries are even militarizing education, militarizing technology, innovation research. And this is a big worry for China, or this is a challenge that China takes very seriously. How are you mitigating that through the relationship with Russia and in the realm of your own sovereignty and your own decisions, with other allies, I mean.
Thank you for the question. Let's look at the world around us. Science, technology, education. These areas are crucial for the progress of humanity. Their importance is unprecedented, and let's give it some thought. I mean, this entire progress would not have been possible without cooperation among different nations and countries, without learning from each other. Therefore, education, science and technology are indeed irreplaceable factors for future development of humankind. As you've suggested, some 7 to 8 years ago, we saw some attempts of the countries to use power to dictate the interests. In fact, they even started to put barriers to intergovernmental cooperation in science and technology. This is a regress from historic standpoint, and it harms sustainable development of humankind. Obviously, it's reassuring that China and Russia developed their cooperation in science and technology very quickly. The pace is very high, and we can confidently state that our two countries give perhaps one of the best examples of such cooperation. In terms of education, in all areas, including student exchanges, teaching of languages, this cooperation booms. And this is where this cooperation has reached a very high level. More than 800 universities in our countries establish 15 associations of universities specializing in specific areas. As to science, we set up a joint fundamental research institute. We set up high-level scientific labs. They cooperate within the framework of mega science projects, and we expand access to scientific equipment. And now we've had some impressive outcomes. And again, the whole world continues to evolve, continues to develop. And even without great powers, we would have been able to develop successfully. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Our practice during recent years has demonstrated that wherever you hit the hardest, this is where you would develop faster. The Americans are trying to block the development of our science and technology. And this is not something that emerged yesterday or the day before yesterday. This is something that they've been doing for decades. However, all their attempts only make us stronger in the areas that are trying to hit. Today's restrictions only create good incentives for our development going forward. In May of 2025, President Xi and President Putin had a very useful and effective meeting. They charted out some new plans for future cooperation in science and technology. And I think that implementation of those initiatives would only help to further strengthen and expand our collaboration, and would expand the scope of this collaboration in such areas as AI, low-carbon technologies, biotechnologies, new materials, aviation and space. And obviously, we will have some very tangible outcomes in those areas. We improve our cooperation mechanisms. our two governments take all the efforts to further expand and strengthen cooperation in those areas. Thank you.
Mr. Putin, I listened very carefully to your speech, and you mentioned investments, but it wasn't that clear about foreign direct investments. Where does Russia stand on that? Where do you stand on that? Do you still care about foreign direct investments? You see that as an opportunity, as a burden? I mean, help us understand where Russia stands in this regard.
We absolutely believe that private investment is exactly what we need. And I guess without private investment, Russian economy would hardly be able to successfully develop. And that is fully applicable to foreign direct investment as well. And there was a whole number of investors who've been doing business here in Russia for a very long while. Well, we never forced them to leave. We were not pushing them away. We were not evacuating them. Many of them decided to leave on their own with major losses. But our attitude in this regard remains unchanged. Yes, investment potential of our economic operators is fairly large, but undoubtedly, we very much welcome any kind of foreign direct investment. I would say major capital investment of the first quarter of this year amounts to 8.7%. And I know what was happening on the platform of this forum during those days. I know there was a whole number of discussions during various sessions where well-known problems were discussed, certain tension caused by the high policy rate, and risks that those investments level will not stay until the end of the year. But nonetheless, the Central Bank of Russia proceeds from an idea that lending to the real sector of the economy would stay at the level of 10 to 11%. We'll see what will be the outcome. I very much would like those numbers to stay on this level, but foreign direct investment is something that we undoubtedly very much welcome. It's not that we just welcome it, but we are also going to create every possible term to make this environment favorable and comfortable for our partners. Here in the room, we have our friend from the Kingdom of Bahrain. And if we are to look at what Russian Foreign Direct Investment Fund is doing, they already have an agreement to make some early steps in this direction. They're not too big, just 15 billion rubles. Those are the first projects of the kind. But we are also working very closely with the United Arab Emirates. That's work done by RDIF and the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia, of United Arab Emirates. Our partners and our friends have taken this decision a while ago, several years ago actually. They choose to trust their Russian partners, and automatically, and I'd like to emphasize that, they automatically co-invest into those projects that Russian Direct Investment Fund chooses to invest. They automatically invest 10%. They co-invest with us. This is a token of great trust, and we value it very much. And then they keep raising their share of investment. Well, feel free to talk to Mr. Dmitriev, who would be able to name the exact numbers, but we're talking about many billions of US dollars. Obviously, there are other sources of investment and tools for investment available. There are virtually no limitations to the particular areas where the investor may choose to put their capital in. And this is one of the key areas that I believe we should focus on in cooperation.
Having said that, there are two trends that I realized talking to Russian businessmen, either here or back in my country, UAE. There is kind of rejection of buyback. You know, when the war happened, there was some foreign investments that were bought by Russians, and now these might want to buy back their investments. Russia seems to be blocking that because new Russian entrepreneurs bought and invested these operations. The second trend that I realized is that people are a little bit worried about nationalization. There are some nationalization efforts taking place within Russia. I read about one of the airports being bought back or even taken by force of court from the Russian owners. So how do you see these two trends impacting the rebound of the Russian economy?
Well, as for nationalization, well, obviously nationalization cannot possibly have a positive impact on the growth of the Russian economy. We are fully aware of it. The case that you refer to, I guess you're talking about Domodedovo Airport in Moscow. Well, I'm sorry, but all the fuss around this particular airport has been going on for a while. It's not that this dispute emerged yesterday. No, it has been in place for quite a long while. It's been in place for many years, and the final outcome of that was this very court decision that you referred to. But it has nothing to do with nationalization. It was a court decision. Nationalization process is described by law, and we do not apply this law. We do not apply those norms, and I've been saying it repeatedly at my meetings with the business community. All I'm saying is that in the course of privatization, there was a whole number of mistakes and unfair steps made. We know cases when something that would cost millions would be privatized for 1 ruble. But in terms of social justice, that was by far not the best type of privatization. But an even worse decision would be to try and take it back now. So my view is that we do need to elaborate the right regulatory framework regarding limitation periods for events like that and close this issue once and for all, once and for good. That is why the comments you've made, the two trends you refer to, well, first of all, there is nothing like deprivatization or nationalization happening. As for the potential buyback options to be used by our partners, well, there are some aspects that we need to pay attention to. Number one, we need to understand how exactly those partners were leaving Russia. What were the terms? If some of those companies or investors were leaving due to political reasoning under the political pressure of the elites of their countries, that means that those partners are not really reliable. They put the companies, the teams of those companies in a very difficult situation. They could have lost their jobs, but it didn't happen because Russian companies have taken over. They would fill in the niches made vacant. And in this regard, frankly speaking, decisions of the kind have actually contributed to a better quality of the Russian economy, a certain restructuring of the Russian economy, because Russian entrepreneurs were becoming owners of those companies that choose to left. However, if there are legally binding documents that are agreed on by the partners, and if those legal documents do foresee the buyback option, well, then there is no other way but Russian companies have to comply with those requirements. We want to make sure that relationships are reliable and stable. That has not always been the case, which is why I've given an instruction to the Russian government. They're going to act on that, and I request the members of the Russian parliament to support those suggestions once they are elaborated and presented for hearing. But I do believe we need to make a comprehensive decision regarding comeback of those Western companies who are willing to come back to the Russian market. We have to support all the initiatives that favor us.
Mr. President, how your country is, let's say, taking advantage of the current economic situation in Russia, people left, businesses are left back. There are opportunities in the market now for a country like Indonesia. How are you leveraging the situation?
As I mentioned that I have had good relations with Russian business entities, business groups, but mostly, I have to be very frank, they were interested and they are interested in coming into Indonesia. And because I think we have a lot of sectors that are still very, let us say, at the ground level, a lot of way to grow. And so basically it's mostly Russian groups that want to come to Indonesia. But before, our groups have joint ventures with Russian groups in commodities trading, oil and gas. So, and now we open our markets for Russian agricultural products. So, I think it's not that we're going to take advantage, but we are going to look for all opportunities, because we have also been given a very heavy dose of tariffs from, everybody knows, right, from the American market. So we are forced now to look for new markets, Africa, Latin America, Eurasia. We are just concluded. We are in the process of concluding a free trade agreement with the Eurasian Union. So European Union, of course. So it's a matter of, for us, it's a matter of diversity. But yes, we are confident. We have our strengths, we have our ability, and our relations also with China is very good and very strong. So it's not that we are optimistic, to say the least. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, there are many aspects for the economic relationship between South Africa and Russia, but one of the main aspects is the energy deficit in South Africa, and you've been trying to mitigate this problem or solve this problem by cooperating more with Russia in the realm of energy. So far this hasn't been fruitful as much as you would want to, or as much as Russia is capable of helping. How do you assess this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Firstly, let me say that I've already had good meetings, both with the Prime Minister and the President, and we've agreed that we need to increase trade between our two countries. Currently, trade between South Africa and Russia is it's estimated at about 1.3 billion US dollars. We think it's quite low, so we want to triple that number in the next 4 or 5 years. So we've looked at various sectors. We've looked at the energy sector. Russia is having a lot of good technologies in that space. We're looking at solar, gas, nuclear, and already our ministers are talking about the details. We've also talked about critical minerals, particularly to support our local beneficiation efforts. We also looked at agriculture. We are exporting citrus fruits to Russia. We are exporting wines. But we need to increase the volumes. We have what we call South Africa-Russia Business Council. They are also making deals on what to import from Russia. One of the business people was telling me yesterday he has just signed a deal to import Russian vodka to South Africa and obviously to the African continent. So the work has started. We all agree that we need to do more. We need to increase trade between our two countries. All what we have to do as well is to also cut the red tape. You know, some of the business people were talking about the bottlenecks, things that make it difficult for them to be able to trade with their partners in South Africa, the issue of the financial situation, the currency, which our Reserve Bank is looking at, so that we make it easy for business people to do business. So it is our commitment, and we've agreed on all these areas, and as we speak, the ministers are already working on the details, including issues like water as well. They are also dealing with that, infrastructure, issues of railways, locomotives, signaling. Really, a lot of work is now happening. We're going to see trade increasing between South Africa and Russia. We have started. Thank you.
A colleague of mine from South Africa said that imports of Russian vodka are about to happen to South Africa. Well, you know what? It's a most important and proper step. Why? If you have some vodka, you've got to chase it down with something. And obviously, meat supplies will follow. Or grain imports would follow. I mean, together with our friends from Bahrain, we plan to establish a hub to support imports of wheat from Russia. And let me remind you that Russia is #1 in terms of wheat exports. And a lot of countries of the Arab world are very keen to have our wheat. So step by step, this is where we're going to proceed. As to energy, yes, of course, we have a lot of opportunities here, including nuclear energy. And in this connection, let me remind you that Rosatom is undisputable world leader in nuclear energy development. And I think they build 22 units across the world. This is the highest number that far outpaces all our competition, be it the US, Japan, or any other country. And we consider this opportunity. We are considering joint work in our partner countries, including in South Africa. So, yeah, there are a lot of good and promising areas for us to tap. Well, I'm not talking about hydrocarbons, of course. This goes without saying.
There is no doubt that more vodka will help the world to put the mood in a better condition. Mr. President,
at any rate, it's going to be more fun to live, right?
I will go back to the tensions in the Middle East, not from a geopolitical perspective, but from an oil-related aspect, which is the supply shocks expected in the market due to the Iran-Israeli war taking place. Can Russia step in, or pure capacity is constrained by sanctions and limitations?
I think I did mention, what do you mean, do something or deal something?
Step in, I mean, to mitigate the supply shock in the market due to the events in the Middle East. Can Russia do something about that if this happens?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. It's not about us. It's not just about us. We strictly follow all our agreements reached with our friends and partners under the OPEC Plus framework. And those countries limit production and supply of energy sources to the markets. But now, based on our agreement, the production is growing very slowly, and I stress it, slowly and steadily, in order not to upset the global market. The idea is to ensure a balance between demand and supply and fair prices that would be comfortable for both the producers and importing countries. We do see the current situation in the Middle East related to the conflict between Iran and Israel has resulted in some price hikes, but our experts believe that this hike is not very significant. It's like, what, $75 per barrel? It used to be $65, like $10 differential. And this is where the price stuck. Many countries, including the Gulf countries, can increase supply and production significantly. But again, as a rule, we do this in a concerted manner, and this is how it will happen, I hope. And the UAE and the Saudi Arabia is very particular about this. And again, our decisions are well balanced. Altogether, we'll look at how situation would unfold. As of now, there doesn't seem to be any need for any immediate response or action.
The latest sanctions on Russia aimed at the so-called shadow fleet, how this will impact the supply to Asia and other places in Africa, how it will impact Russia, how it will impact your friends as well.
Wasn't it? You know, our ill-wishers keep trying to find ways to harm us economically, but they suffer themselves. You know, you mentioned energy sources. Our experts, and not only our experts, but Eurostat as well, came up with the following numbers. The losses that the Eurozone sustained due to rejection to buy our natural gas, the losses were to the tune of 200 billion euros. 200 billion euros. And we see that the prices are rising across the board. Now, as to the shadow fleet, our Chinese friend came up with a very good definition. Wherever and whenever somebody's trying to hit us, so this is where we get stronger. Why? Well, because we always find a response. We always find a solution. We talked about tariffs. We mentioned tariff policy. Trade between U.S. and China accounts for 20% of global trade. And under the current conditions, when debt is rising in the global economy and debt is, has reached the level of 300%, and obviously this affects everybody. And any attempt to hurt us, including through the attempts to hit our so-called shadow fleet, well, these attempts would trigger problems across the board, and primarily for those who are trying to make our lives miserable. Well, because this ultimately would affect global prices and would impact the countries that are trying to impose such restrictions, because they are key consumers, and we will find markets for us.
It's a very interesting tone in this answer. Let me ask you directly. This is my last question before I give 1 minute for each esteemed participant to finish or to say some final thoughts. There are enough reports out there, credible reports, that this war is killing the Russian economy. Your inflation rate is very high. Your interest rate is very, very high. Your growth by the best optimistic scenarios will not exceed 1.5% this year. Is this war killing your economy?
Well, debt is not rising. Our debt is among the lowest in the world. As to the economic growth, as one author once said, you know, the rumors about my death are greatly exaggerated. You know, the key indicator is GDP growth. In 2023, the growth rate was 4.1%. Last year, it was 4.3%. And the global growth, if my memory serves me right, is 3.3%, which means that we grew faster than the world average. The U.S. had 2.8% of growth. The Eurozone, 0.9%. So clearly, Russia is demonstrating good progress and is demonstrating good pace. If we discount hydrocarbons, the growth would be even higher. It would be 7.2 last year. I'm sorry, 2023, and 4.9 last year. But this is not the most important thing. It's nice, but it is not the most important thing. What matters is that the composition of the Russian economy is changing. This is key. And 43+% in the GDP is in non-oil and gas sectors and not defense sector. The majority of our growth is ensured by the industrial sector that is not related directly with the defense sector. One thing that we're very happy about is as follows. We keep talking about import substitution, and indeed we've allocated significant financial resources to substitute the items that are no longer available in our market due to sanctions and due to withdrawal of some Western companies. And now we're witnessing a very positive kind of development. We see more and more products and items that are based on our own solutions, that use our own platforms, that are related to the development of science and the high-tech sector. Now, the share of such products keeps expanding, and this means that the composition of our economy is changing. This is one of our key objectives, one of our key tasks. The industry is growing at a faster pace than the GDP, national GDP. And last year, I think the growth was around 7%, 7.2% for industry. In Q1 of 2025, it's 1.6 to 1.9, and this growth continues. And this is happening against a backdrop of very low unemployment. It's at historic low. It's 2.3%. Indeed, the price for such tremendous growth of economy, and the growth is very high, the price is inflation, in fact. But the central bank and the government taking necessary measures and efforts, including with respect to the policy rate, and obviously you witnessed the discussions unfolding in the government and between the government and the central bank. Indeed, there are no simple solutions here, but overall, we have been able to address this issue too. But inflation is in single digits. It's like 9.6, right? Madame Nabiolina would nod, right? It's around 9.6%. Some claim that the baseline inflation is already 5%. Well, I've been loaded with numbers over the past 2 days trying to explain to me where those 5% came from. But anyway, the Bank of Russia believes that by the end of the year we're going to have like 7 to 8%. I think it's going to be 7%. This is what I hope for. And this means that the measures taken by the financial authorities of Russia yield positive outcomes. Indeed, there are issues. There are many issues that we need to address. And the head of Sberbank is smiling, is nodding. Well, why not smiling? I mean, his margin is 5.7%, whereas major Western financial institutions would have a margin of 3.7%. This is pretty good performance. Yes, in the banking sector, we also have some things to focus on. But overall, our situation is stable, reliable, and I count that it will persist this way.
That was my final question. I will keep like 1 minute round for each participant. If there is anything I failed to ask or something that you have in mind to go, Mr. Vice Premier, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank President Putin and the organizers of this forum for this great opportunity. I think we should learn a lot from each other. Thank you very much.
I would join my voice to you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, the President of Russia, for inviting us here to beautiful St. Petersburg, to listening to your wisdom and to listening and to share our thoughts with you all. So thank you very much.
I also want to thank President Putin for this invitation for us to participate at this important forum. It is my first time in this beautiful city of St. Petersburg, and we've learned a lot from the other leaders, and we consider Russia and President Putin as our friend and ally, and we are looking forward to continue working with President Putin and the people of Russia. So I'm looking forward to coming back to St. Petersburg. Mr. President, I haven't had time to see this beautiful city. Maybe tomorrow I might have some time to go around, but I'm looking forward to coming back next year. Spasiba.
This is the second panel I had the privilege and the honor to have with you in less than 1 year. I can't be more privileged. Thank you so much. You've always tolerated my questions and, really a testament to your belief in open dialogue. Thank you so much, esteemed guests. Thank you. And everyone, thank you so much.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, allow me to express the words of gratitude to our moderator. And very genuinely, I would like to express my gratitude to all of my colleagues who have participated in this panel session. I am sure that it was exciting to follow for the audience here in the room and far beyond. I'm very sure that many of the words expressed today will be quoted by international media outlets all around the world. Thank you so much for having candid and open conversation. And many thanks to all of the participants of the panel session who have been able to stand in line with the degree of heat and tension that we experienced. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being so open and truthful.
Mm-hmm.